Chapter 49-32. Dandan went to set up the formation, while Lu Ming and the others continued to dig. Fortunately, the creatures of the Forbidden Lands did not come to this meridian. After 2 meridians, they successfully dug out the entire meridian. Then, they left the meridian. Sure enough, the creatures of the Forbidden Lands have set up a surveillance formation around the meridian. Watch me break it. Lu Ming and the others floated above the meridian. Dandan glanced around. The turtle's shell glowed, and a large number of runes flew out, breaking the surveillance formation around the meridian. Let's go. Our whereabouts must have been discovered by the creatures of the Forbidden Lands. Lu Ming said. Since the creatures of the Forbidden Lands had set up another surveillance formation around the meridian, they would have been discovered when they flew out of the meridian. Perhaps the experts of the 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands had already come. It was not good to stay for long. Lu Ming and the group left the place quickly. They only came to a stop after flying for a long distance. Now, the 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands must have entered the 5th meridian. We have already dug out 2, so there are 2 more left. Do you want to go? Dandan asked, looking at Lu Ming and the others. If we go now, the chances of encountering the 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands are too high. Lion shook his head. There were still 2 meridian that had not been dug out, and the creatures of the Forbidden Lands had set up surveillance formations around the meridian. Even if Dandan could break these surveillance formations, the chances of encountering the creatures of the Forbidden Lands were still very high. The 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands had 6 invincible divine masters and a large number of Guanqian imperial envoys. Once they were surrounded, they would be doomed. Forget it. Let's wait for the ancient city in the middle. Lu Ming also shook his head and gave up on digging the meridian. Their strength was still too weak. If they were as strong as the 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands, they would not have to be afraid. They could compete with the other party openly. The others did not object. They came to the ancient city in the middle and found a more remote place, where Dandan set up a concealment formation. They intended to wait here. As the meridians collapsed one by one, the resources inside were dug out. The ancient city could no longer absorb energy, and the power of the formations around the city walls became weaker and weaker. He believed that it would not be long before the array around the city walls dissipated. At that time, he believed that he would be able to enter the ancient city. This ancient city might very well be the true core of the Violet Firmament Immortal Empire. A place where an immortal was in charge was definitely not a small matter. Divine weapons, divine medicines, immortal stones, immortal crystals, joint attack array carriers, all kinds of ancient books, chi refinement arts, and so on. Just thinking about this made people's hearts burn. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. On this day, Lu Ming suddenly received a voice transmission. It was from Firmament, saying that there was something important to discuss with him. Sun Xiong, you also came here? I thought no one from the quasi-immortal race came. Lu Ming muttered. As the number of experts in the forbidden area increased, it could be said that experts were as common as clouds on this island, and the quasi-saint race was gradually not enough. This was because the quasi-immortal race did not have an invincible divine master expert overseeing it. It was very difficult for them to compete with other forces. Lu Ming originally thought that the quasi-immortal race had not come to this island. Now it seemed that the quasi-immortal race had come, but they were hiding in the dark. Lu Ming, the quasi-immortal race's people, be careful of traps. Xian Yanqing warned. They did not forget the battle between Lu Ming and the Yi Immortal. The Yi Immortal and the 3 races of the forbidden area had joined forces, and Lu Ming had almost been in danger. Who knew if Firmament would also join forces with the 3 races of the forbidden area to trick Lu Ming? They had to be on guard. As if afraid that Lu Ming would be on guard, Firmament sent another message. Brother Lu, the celestial race and the creatures of the forbidden area are not from this universe, which is why they are hostile to you. My quasi-immortal race is a native of the primitive universe, and we have the same origin. The stronger you are, the more advantageous it is for my race. Why would we harm you? It seemed that Firmament already knew that the Yi Immortal and the three races of the Forbidden Area had joined forces to kill Lu Ming. Furthermore, Firmament also knew the secret of the forbidden power. The quasi-immortal race really knew a lot of secrets. However, as Firmament had said, Firmament had no reason to join forces with the creatures of the Forbidden Area. But he had to be on guard. Lu Ming replied to Firmament that Lu Ming had set the location and time to meet. Soon after, Lu Ming set off with Dandan and Bubbles. Bringing along Dandan was to prevent them from being tricked by the creatures of the Forbidden Area. Bringing along Bubbles would allow them to escape quickly. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the destination. Dandan observed for a while and didn't find any formation fluctuations in the surroundings. However, they didn't show themselves immediately. Instead, they continued to cover their bodies with the space-time force and hid in the dark to observe. Soon after, a figure arrived at lightning speed. Who else could it be other than Firmament? Firmament was the only one who came. After confirming that there was no danger, Lu Ming showed himself. Brother Lu, Firmament was delighted to see Lu Ming. He cupped his fists and greeted him. Brother Firmament, you said there was something important. May I know what it is? Lu Ming went straight to the point. There is a great opportunity that I want to share with Brother Lu. Firmament smiled. There is a great opportunity that you want to share with me? Lu Ming's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. If there was really a great opportunity, why would Firmament share it with Lu Ming? Would he be so kind? Unless Firmament couldn't handle it himself and needed Lu Ming's help. Firmament remained calm and said, I wonder if Brother Lu has heard of the Origin Divine Tea? Origin Divine Tea. Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed. Origin Divine Tea only exists in legends. Is there really such a miraculous medicine in the world? Lu Ming couldn't help but ask. The origin of a legend is often true. It's just that too much time has passed, or perhaps the majority of people have never seen it before. That's why it became a legend. Divine Origin Tea naturally exists, but it's just too rare. However, not long ago, I discovered traces of it. Firmament Path. Really? Where is it? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He had naturally heard of the Origin Divine Tea. It could allow a 9th-tier Divine Master to quickly break through and reach the peak of the Divine Master realm. To reach the peak of the Divine Master realm from the 9th-tier Divine Master realm, one had to slowly accumulate the power of Origin. It was very difficult to do so overnight. Even though Lu Ming had a clear understanding of the origin in the cosmic sea and his speed of comprehending the origin was dozens or even hundreds of times faster than ordinary people, it would still take a long time to break through. However, the Origin Divine Tea could directly skip this process in a short time. Once he obtained the Origin Divine Tea, his cultivation would quickly break through to the peak of the Divine Master realm. Once his cultivation reached the peak of the Divine Master realm, who below the origin would be his match? At that time, wouldn't he be invincible in Purple Heaven Hollow? Even if there were many experts in the Forbidden Land, he wouldn't be afraid. Wouldn't the treasures in the ancient city in the center be at his disposal? Not only him, but if he obtained enough Origin Divine Tea leaves, Enchanting, Autumn Moon, and the others could also reach the peak of the Divine Master realm. Chapter 49-33. Now, there were still close to 8,500 years until the end of the Origin Tribulation. As long as they reached the peak of the Divine Lord realm, they could use these 8,000 years to consolidate and accumulate. With the help of top source-grade divine herbs, they might be able to reach the Origin realm after the Origin Tribulation. Thinking of this, even with Lu Ming's temperament, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. It's on this island, in a dark red mountain range. But there's an extreme Een corpse there. Firmament Path. It's that dark red mountain range. Lu Ming's expression changed. There was only one dark red mountain range where an extreme Een corpse lived, so Lu Ming naturally knew about it. There were 3 dark red regions on this island, all of which had extreme Een corpses and golden-eyed Een corpses guarding them. 2 of them were plains, while the last one was a mountain range. The Origin Divine Tea was actually in this region. This was troublesome. There was a golden-eyed Een corpse guarding it, as well as a large number of other extreme Een corpses. It wouldn't be easy to obtain the origin divine tea in this region. That region has a golden-eyed Een corpse guarding it. The golden-eyed Een corpse is known as an extreme Een corpse king, and its battle strength is terrifying. Even divine lords might not be its match. Moreover, who knows how many extreme Een corpse kings there are in that region. It won't be easy to obtain the origin divine tea. It's very dangerous, Lu Ming said. Actually, we don't have to fight to the death with the extreme Een corpse. The golden-eyed Een corpses and silver-eyed Een corpses here are extremely intelligent. We can cooperate with them. Firmament path. Cooperate with the extreme Een corpse? How is that possible? The extreme Een corpse wants to kill all the outsiders that come here. Why would it cooperate with us? Lu Ming asked. It might not be impossible. Brother Lu, do you know why the extreme Een corpse wants to kill outsiders? Firmament path. Lu Ming didn't say anything, waiting for the firmament path's answer. I've sent people back to my clan to look up more ancient books about the extreme Een corpse and obtained more information. According to that information, I speculate that the extreme Een corpse wants to kill outsiders because of the immortal's molting. Firmament path. The molting of an immortal? Lu Ming was puzzled, not understanding what he meant. The molting of an immortal is a part of the essence left behind by an immortal after he passes away. It's a peerless treasure. Firmament path. Lu Ming was stunned. Transcendents were also known as immortals. What kind of existences were they? In any case, Lu Ming found it hard to imagine. Anything that involved immortals was no small matter. Needless to say, it was a part of the immortal body's essence. It was simply a priceless treasure. There was an immortal's molting on this island? According to the latest information, the absolute Een corpse should be produced by the absolute Een tribe. The absolute Een corpse is similar to the living beings of the three great forbidden lands. In the last era, it was also a living being of a terrifying forbidden land. I speculate that in the last era, the Purple Firmament Immortal Kingdom should have had a great battle with the absolute Een tribe. Moreover, it was definitely an immortal-level battle. You should know that the Purple Firmament Immortal Kingdom had an immortal guarding it. If it wasn't for an immortal-level battle, the Purple Firmament Immortal Kingdom wouldn't have been destroyed. It is very likely that two immortal-level powerhouses had a great battle. In the end, both sides were injured and passed away, leaving behind the immortals molting. And the absolute Een corpse of the Purple Firmament Grotto is very likely produced by the immortal-level powerhouse of the absolute Een tribe. The blood of the immortal-level powerhouse of the absolute Een tribe flows on the three dark red lands. That Sunxiong Path shared his speculations with Qin Nan. Lu Ming's heart was in turmoil. This was because he felt that the Firmament Path's speculations were very logical and logical. He recalled that Gaishak had once mocked the golden-eyed Een corpse when he fought with it, saying that the golden-eyed Een corpse was of mixed blood. In other words, the absolute Een corpse of the Purple Firmament Grotto was a member of the Purple Firmament Grotto. It was because of the immortal-level powerhouse of the absolute Een tribe that it became an absolute Een corpse. Its bloodline was naturally not pure, and it was not a true absolute Een tribe member. Also, whether it was the primordial light tribe or the baleful Een tribe, they knew the weakness of the absolute Een corpse. Even without the blue firestone, they could easily defeat the absolute Een corpse. If the absolute Een tribe was also a creature of the forbidden land, then it made sense. They knew each other better. All the clues came together, and the things that he did not understand in the past suddenly became clear. I think that the ancient city is the place where the immortal-level powerhouses fought. The immortal's molting is also there. If the absolute Een corpse wants to obtain the immortal's molting of the absolute Een tribe member, it will naturally chase away outsiders. They are afraid that outsiders will snatch the immortal's molting from them. But now, the creatures of the Forbidden Land have gathered. There are many powerhouses, and their strength is completely above the absolute Een corpse. With the creatures of the Forbidden Land, it will be difficult for the absolute Een corpse to obtain the immortal's molting. As long as we agree to help the absolute Een corpse and help them obtain the immortal's molting, it will not be difficult to cooperate with them. The Firmament Path. Lu Ming nodded. He had to admit that what Firmament said was very reasonable. Those who could command the Quasi-Saint tribe were not simple. Firmament was extremely intelligent and was definitely not inferior to him. How are we going to split the divine origin tea? You seem to have only brought one piece of news, but I have to risk my life, Lu Ming said indifferently. I don't want much. I only want one divine origin tea leaf. The Firmament Path. Only one? Lu Ming was stunned. Firmament's request was so low. One divine origin tea leaf is enough for me to break through to the peak of the divine master realm. More is useless. However, the divine origin tea leaf is not that easy to obtain. My request is that no matter how many divine origin tea leaves you obtain, you have to give me at least one. Even if you only obtain one divine origin tea leaf, you have to give me one. I don't want more, but I want at least one. Firmament repeatedly emphasized. Okay. Lu Ming agreed. Even if Firmament obtained the divine origin tea leaf and broke through to the peak of the divine master realm, Lu Ming would not care. Given Firmament's talent, even if he broke through to the peak of the divine master realm, his battle strength would only be equivalent to the Guanxian imperial envoy. He would not reach the level of an invincible divine master. Lu Ming did not care about anyone who was not an invincible divine master. The two discussed for a while and agreed to take action half a day later. After Lu Ming, Dandan, and Bubbles returned, they discussed with the others. When the others heard about it, they were dumbfounded. After making a final deduction, they felt that there was no problem and set off together. Firmament was already waiting for them at the edge of the dark red mountain range. In addition to Firmament, there were dozens of Quasi-Saint tribe members. Except for the Guanxian imperial envoy, the rest should be able to set up a joint attack formation. The divine origin tea should still be hiding in this mountain range, and hasn't left. The Firmament Path. There was a huge mountain range in front of them. It was located on the ground and covered a huge area. A dense and cold aura was constantly emitted from it. Bubbles, go in and check it out. If you find the divine origin tea, don't act rashly. Inform us first and wait for us to act together. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubbles. Chapter 49-34. Letting Bubble investigate first was to avoid alerting the Extreme Een Corpse. If the Extreme Een Corpse was alerted at the start, it would be difficult to find the origin divine tea without alerting anyone. Even if the Extreme Een Corpse was alerted, it would also alert the origin divine tea and cause it to escape. If the origin divine tea escaped, it would be difficult to find it again. Leave it to me. Bubbles' figure disappeared after saying that. Using the power of time and space, it entered the dark red mountain range. Lu Ming and the others waited quietly in place. The dark red mountain range covered a large area. If the origin divine tea was hidden within, it would be very difficult to find it. Without some time, it would be impossible to find it. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Bubble returned after 5 days. I found it. I found the origin divine tea. It's hidden in a valley in the dark red mountain range. Bubble said. Good. Bubble, I'll have to trouble you to use the power of time and space to help us hide and enter the dark red mountain range. Lu Ming said. No problem. However, with so many people, my power of time and space will be too scattered. The effect will be greatly reduced. I'm not sure if I can hide it from the Extreme Een Corpse. Bubble said. Do your best. I'll get Dandan to work with you. Lu Ming said. Dandan placed a formation on each person's body to hide their blood energy. After all, the Extreme Een Corpse was very sensitive to blood energy. It couldn't detect non-blood energy lifeforms like Bone Demon and Xiuqiu. The Extreme Een Corpse also couldn't detect plant lifeforms. That was why the origin divine tea was hidden here. After Dandan placed a formation on each person's body, Bubble used the power of time and space to envelop everyone. After making the preparations, they flew into the sky and headed towards the dark red mountain range. Sure enough, after flying for a while, they didn't alert the extreme Een corpse. This made everyone happy. They increased their speed. After a while, "It's in the valley in front," Bubbles said in a low voice as it pointed ahead. There was a huge valley in front of them. The stone walls on both sides were smooth as if they had been cut by a blade. The origin divine tea was in this valley. Everyone's heartbeat quickened. Once they obtained the origin divine tea, they would be able to break through to the peak of the divine master realm. Tsang Qiong's eyes became even more heated. Right at this moment, whoosh! A beam of light suddenly flew out of the canyon and fled into the distance at an astonishing speed. The plant was less than a meter tall, and its leaves were as clear as jade. Divine source tea. Everyone was shocked. This was clearly divine origin tea. Needless to say, they had been discovered. The sensitivity of the divine origin tea had exceeded their expectations. "Chase!" Lu Ming shouted in a low voice as he rushed out. At this moment, Xiaochen could no longer care about hiding. If he continued hiding, the origin god tea would escape. The others also raised their speed to the limit and chased after the divine origin tea. As such, their auras could no longer be concealed, and they were immediately discovered by the absolute Een corpse underground. Roar, 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 a series of low roars sounded out as the ground shook. A large number of extreme Een corpses rushed out of the ground and pounced towards Lu Ming and the others. "Stop them!" Firmament shouted. With a wave of his hand, he shot out long needles made of blue firestones. The other Quasi-Saint tribe members that Firmament had brought along also shot out blue firestones. The ordinary extreme Een corpses were instantly stopped by the blue firestones. However, the roars from all directions became more and more intense. More and more extreme Een corpses appeared and pounced towards the group. "Kill all these outsiders!" An angry roar sounded out from a silver-eyed Een corpse. The silver-eyed Een corpse had intelligence and could speak. It could even cultivate and control other extreme Een corpses. More and more extreme Een corpses rushed towards the group. Xian Yanqing, Gu Mo, and the others all took action. They all shot out blue firestones weapons and blocked the extreme Een corpses that were rushing over. Of course, there were many extreme Een corpses that were comparable to the strongest existence, the Lord of Heaven. They had a strong resistance to blue firestones. They rushed through the blue firestone fog and continued to charge towards Lu Ming and the others. Xian Yanqing, Gu Mo, and the others all took out weapons with blue firestones and charged forward to block the extreme Een corpses. At the same time, Gu Changfeng also took action. He shot out a Genesis art. Terrifying fist force surged out and sent dozens of powerful extreme Een corpses flying. Lu Ming and Bubbles did not take action. Bubbles used the space-time force to support Lu Ming and quickly chased after the divine origin tea. The divine origin tea's speed was extremely shocking. It was even faster than top-tier origin-grade divine herbs. Lu Ming's speed alone was not enough to catch up. He had to rely on Bubbles' space-time force to catch up to the divine origin tea. The distance between him and the divine origin tea was getting closer and closer. "Kill!" An earth-shattering roar was heard as a violent baleful Een chi gushed out in all directions. A golden-eyed extreme Een corpse charged towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. It was a golden-eyed Een corpse, an extreme Een corpse king. Not only that, but there were also 6 silver-eyed Een corpses and a large number of other extreme Een corpses. Such a lineup was absolutely terrifying. Set up the formation, stop them!" Firmament roared. The Quasi-Saints he had brought with him set up a joint attack formation to fight against the extreme Een corpses. "Lu Ming, leave this golden-eyed Een corpse to me. You continue chasing after the divine origin tea." Gu Changfeng transmitted a message to Lu Ming. His figure flashed as he charged towards the golden-eyed Een corpse. Bright moon wind fist. Origin energy surged as he punched out. The void exploded into nothingness as the fist force rushed towards the golden-eyed Een corpse with earth-shattering force. This punch possessed the battle strength of an unrivaled divine master. It also possessed the battle strength to injure the golden-eyed corpse king. The golden-eyed corpse king did not dare to be careless. He brandished the tattered battle blade in his hand and slashed out a pitch-black blade light to block Gu Changfeng's fist force. Soon after, one man and one corpse began to fight. Joint attack formation. When Gu Changfeng attacked, Lion, Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon and the others also began to set up the formation. A ferocious black-armored warrior condensed. Without Bubble, they only had 11 people to set up the formation. The joint attack formation was not perfect, but its battle strength was still very strong. It was not a big problem to block a few silver-eyed Een corpses. However, there were 7 silver-eyed Een corpses in total. It was not a perfect joint attack formation, so it was impossible to block so many silver-eyed Een corpses. There were still a few that continued to charge towards Lu Ming. Desolation style. Lu Ming struck out with his palm. A piece of land formed and charged vertically towards the silver-eyed Een corpses. As for himself, because of the thrust of this palm, his speed became a little faster and he rushed towards the divine origin T even faster. Soon, Lu Ming and Bubble worked together and increased their speed to the maximum. The distance between them and the divine origin T was constantly closing. They could even faintly smell the rich medicinal fragrance of the divine origin T. Just the medicinal fragrance alone shook Lu Ming's mind. The origin energy of the origin seed became somewhat restless. Chapter 49-35. The divine origin tea was truly extraordinary. Just the smell of it had caused such a great reaction. If the tea leaves were used to brew tea, the effects would be heaven-defying. The divine origin tea was not only useful for breaking through to Peak God Lord, but it was also useful for breaking through to origin. Moreover, if origin realm existences frequently used the tea leaves to brew tea, it would be greatly beneficial to their cultivation. If they could raise a single divine origin tea, it would be a priceless treasure. Lu Ming did not just want to obtain the tea leaves, but he wanted to take the entire divine origin tea. They were getting closer and closer to the divine origin tea. Bubble, attack! Lu Ming shouted in a low voice. Spacetime power. Bubble had been prepared for this for a long time. She thrust out her small, white hands, and spacetime power permeated the air, enveloping the divine origin tea. The divine origin tea's fleeing figure stiffened for a moment. A good chance. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he reached out with his claw. Forbidden energy erupted, forming a giant hand that reached for the divine origin tea. The giant hand descended, seemingly about to grab the divine origin tea. However, the divine origin tea's ability to escape was truly extraordinary. At this critical moment, its entire body glowed and it broke free from the influence of the power of time and space. Its speed increased tremendously once again. With a swoosh, it dashed forward, dashing through the gaps between Lu Ming's fingers that were condensed. You want to leave? Stay. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed as he roared. His hand trembled, sending a powerful energy toward the divine origin tea. With a plop, the force brushed against a branch of the divine origin tea. The branch violently shook, causing the tea leaves on it to fall off and scatter in the air. There were over a dozen divine origin tea leaves. However, the main body of the divine origin tea used this opportunity to charge forward like a bolt of lightning. Lu Ming and Bubbles dashed over and collected more than 10 origin god tea leaves. They then continued their pursuit of the origin god tea leaves. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. A figure had suddenly appeared in front of him. A woman, an absolute beauty. Princess Tsangxian, or more accurately, Dark Night Rose. Dark Night Rose's body emitted a special aura, and a black rose bloomed above her head. The origin god tea had clearly discovered Dark Night Rose, but it didn't slow down in the slightest. Instead, it charged straight for her. He rushed into the rose on top of the Dark Night Rose's head and disappeared. What happened? Lu Ming was extremely puzzled. When the divine origin tea saw Dark Night Rose, it didn't run away. Instead, it rushed towards her. It was simply walking right into a trap. Lu Ming, thank you for helping me obtain the Origin Divine Tea. I will remember this favor. Dark Knight Rose smiled. At the same time, her body quickly retreated. As he retreated, his body split into 2, 2 into 4, and 4 into 8. In total, there were 8 figures. Each of the figures looked like the original body and had the exact same aura. 8 figures sprang into 8 different directions at a shocking speed. Damn it, Lu Ming stopped and didn't give chase. Even if he did, he didn't know which figure he should go after. He was very displeased. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Obviously, he had become the mantis, and Dark Knight Rose had become the sparrow. However, he couldn't figure out why the Origin God Tea didn't run away after seeing Dark Knight Rose. Instead, it rushed towards her. Could it be related to Dark Knight Rose's original body? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Dark Knight Rose's original body was the Sky Devourer Rose, which was also a kind of plant. From this point of view, it had the same origin as the Origin God Tea. Seeing that Lu Ming was about to catch up with the Origin God Tea, it made sense that it would run towards Dark Knight Rose, which was of the same origin as it. Dark Knight Rose had already disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming could only admit that he was unlucky. The key point was that Lu Ming still owed Dark Knight Rose a favor. He had sworn on his life source. Thinking that he still had to do something for Dark Knight Rose, Lu Ming felt very uncomfortable. Behind them, Gu Changfeng and the others were still fighting with the extreme Yin corpse. Several silver-eyed Yin corpses were rushing towards Lu Ming. They clawed out with their sharp claws and a sharp force tore at Lu Ming. Get lost! Lu Ming shouted and swept out his battle god spear. Bang! 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 Several silver-eyed Yin corpses were sent flying by Lu Ming. Then, Lu Ming and Bubbles quickly returned. Lu Ming charged towards the golden-eyed Yin corpse, while Bubbles charged towards Enchanting and the others. They merged into the ferocious black-armored warrior and set up a formation with Enchanting and the others. The perfect combination formation was set up and its power increased greatly. It suppressed the silver-eyed Yin corpses in an instant. Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng joined forces and completely suppressed the golden-eyed Yin corpse. After a few moves, the golden-eyed Yin corpse was swept by Lu Ming's spear. It was knocked back and the thick black aura on its body dissipated by a lot. Kill! The golden-eyed Yin corpse roared and wanted to attack Lu Ming and the others. I know that you want the immortal molt. We can work together. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. The reason why they didn't mention working together before was because they knew that the extreme Yin corpse or the golden-eyed Yin corpse wouldn't listen to them before they displayed enough strength. Without strength, how could they work together? They would probably be torn apart by the extreme Yin corpse. But now, Lu Ming and the others had displayed overwhelming strength. At least in terms of peak strength, Lu Ming and the others had the upper hand. If they mentioned it now, the other party would have to consider it. Sure enough, after hearing Lu Ming's words, the golden-eyed Yin corpse's golden eyes flickered and the black aura on its body fluctuated violently. How do you know about the immortal molt? The golden-eyed Yin corpse asked. You don't have to worry about this. I promise you that as long as we work together, we will try our best to help you obtain the immortal molt. How about it? Lu Ming said loudly. Stop. The golden-eyed Yin corpse's eyes turned and then roared. All the extreme Yin corpses suddenly stopped and quickly retreated behind the golden-eyed Yin corpse, forming a square formation. Is what you said true? The golden-eyed Yin corpse stared at Lu Ming and asked. His intelligence was very high and was no different from other living beings. Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng's combat strength wasn't below his. It wouldn't do him any good to continue fighting. He might as well listen to what Lu Ming had to say. Of course, if Lu Ming and the others weren't strong enough, he wouldn't bother listening to their nonsense and would directly tear them apart. Of course it's true. I know that the extreme Yin tribe's immortal molt is in that ancient city. You want to obtain the immortal molt to evolve your bloodline. Lu Ming continued. Chapter 49-36. Hearing Lu Ming's words, the black aura around the golden Yin corpse fluctuated again. Lu Ming knew that the information given by Tsang Qiong was right. However, it's impossible for you to obtain the immortal's molt. You and your subordinates are too weak. Believe it or not, the baleful Yin tribe, Yuan Guang tribe, and Sung Ming tribe have all arrived. There are 6 of them who are no weaker than you. They are also eyeing the immortal's molt of the extreme Yin tribe. It's a fool's dream for you to snatch the immortal's molt from them alone. Lu Ming said bluntly. Even if I cooperate with you, it's still difficult to snatch the immortal molt from the 3 tribes. The golden Yin corpse said. Our strength is naturally not enough. If we cooperate with the extreme Yin corpses in the other 2 regions, it might be possible. Lu Ming said. Cooperate with those guys? Impossible. Let me tell you, the 3 of us often fight and compete with each other. This time, all 3 of us want to obtain the immortal molt. Why would we cooperate? The golden Yin corpse shook his head repeatedly. If you don't cooperate, the 3 of you can forget about obtaining the immortal molt. It's only possible if you cooperate. Moreover, after obtaining the immortal molt, the 3 of you can equally share the benefits. You don't have to fight to the death. Lu Ming said. The golden Yin corpse was deep in thought. It was obvious that he was persuaded by Lu Ming. I can swear that I won't take anything from the extreme Yin tribe's immortal molt. It's all yours. Lu Ming added. I'm just afraid that the other guys won't agree. The golden Yin corpse said hesitantly. As long as you explain the pros and cons, I believe that they will agree. Okay, I promise you. In the end, the golden Yin corpse agreed. How many experts of your level are there in the 3 of you? Lu Ming asked. 4. The golden Yin corpse gave a simple introduction. Of the 3 regions, 2 of them had a golden Yin corpse overseeing them, and 1 of them had 2 golden Yin corpses. This was the same as what Lu Ming knew. When Gaishak fought with the extreme Yin corpse in a certain area, 2 golden Yin corpses had appeared in that area. Lu Ming originally did not know the specific strength of these 3 areas and was afraid that there would be hidden golden Yin corpses. It seemed like he had overestimated the strength of the absolute Yin corpse. They immediately set out and headed towards the area that was only guarded by a single golden Yin corpse. They did not hide their auras and were discovered by the absolute Yin corpses the moment they arrived. A large number of absolute Yin corpses rushed out. However, these absolute Yin corpses did not attack. It was clear that there were large amounts of absolute Yin corpses beside Lu Ming's group. The absolute Yin corpses in this area were shocked and doubtful. The silver-eyed Yin corpses stopped the normal absolute Yin corpses from attacking. Saber Jew, I didn't expect you to mix with outsiders. There was a loud roar, and a wild aura surged out. The golden-eyed Yin corpse had appeared in this area. Saber Extinction was the name of the golden Yin corpse that had agreed to cooperate with Lu Ming. He held a pitch-black battle saber in his hand and named it after that. The golden Yin corpse in this area held a battle halberd. When its golden eyes swept over Lu Ming's group, they were filled with cold killing intent. When Lu Ming's group had just stepped onto this island, they had unintentionally stepped onto this dark red land and had clashed with the absolute Yin corpses here. Lu Ming even killed a silver-eyed Yin corpse and fought a great battle with a golden-eyed Yin corpse who was holding a halberd. This golden-eyed Yin corpse was filled with killing intent towards Lu Ming's group. It was normal. If Lu Ming and Saber Extinction were not standing together, he would have already ordered his subordinates to attack. Halberd Extinction, Lu Ming and I have already teamed up. I came to find you today because I hope we can work together. Saber Extinction said. Halberd Extinction was the name of this golden-eyed Yin corpse. Like Saber Extinction, it was named after the weapon it controlled. Their weapons were something they were born with ever since they gained sentience. Ha ha ha, Saber Extinction, you are actually teaming up with outsiders. Ridiculous. It is impossible for me to join forces with these outsiders. Halberd Extinction laughed. We were only trying to protect ourselves in the previous battle. Please forgive us if we have offended you. As for joining forces, it will be of great benefit to you. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. What benefit will it bring me? Halberd Extinction sneered. It can help you obtain the immortal molting. Lu Ming said. Halberd Extinction's eyes suddenly flickered a few times. I can obtain the immortal molting myself. Why should I join forces with you? Halberd Extinction said stubbornly. In the current situation, it is impossible for you to obtain the immortal molting alone. Not to mention other things, you can't compete with Sword Extinction and Fist Extinction. Not to mention, there are 6 experts from the Baleful Een race, Primordial Light race and Blue Sea race who are not weaker than you. Lu Ming said bluntly. Halberd Extinction fell into silence. Evidently, he knew that Lu Ming was telling the truth. There were too many experts from all sides. He could not even compete with the other extreme Een corpses on his side. How could he compete with the creatures from the forbidden areas? To be honest, you can't obtain the immortal molting of the extreme Een race alone. Only by joining forces can we obtain the immortal molting. You can also get a part of it. Lu Ming continued. If you want to cooperate with me, you have to see if you have the qualifications. Halberd Extinction said. Lu Ming smiled. He knew that Halberd Extinction had been persuaded. He exchanged a look with Gu Changfeng. Then, Gu Changfeng took a step forward and punched Extreme Halberd with his Genesis technique, Bright Moon Wind Fist. The violent fist force made Halberd Extinction's expression turn grave. He hurriedly waved his halberd to block Gu Changfeng's fist force, but his body was forced back 2 steps. Do you have the qualifications to join forces with me? Lu Ming asked with a smile. Halberd Extinction and Lu Ming had fought before, so he naturally knew how powerful Lu Ming was. Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng together were 2 invincible divine masters. Although they had fewer people, they were fully qualified to cooperate with him. Okay, I agree to cooperate with you. But if we want to compete with the evil Een race, Yuanguang race and Sangming race, we need to join forces with Sword Extinction and Fist Extinction. Halberd Extinction said. Sword Extinction and Fist Extinction were the 2 extreme Een corpse kings in the 3rd area. The negotiation with the 2 corpse kings was unexpectedly smooth. When Lu Ming and the others explained their intentions, the 2 extreme Een corpse kings agreed without much hesitation. This was normal. If they did not agree, how could they compete with the others? Let alone the creatures from the 3 forbidden areas, even Lu Ming and the others had 4 invincible divine masters. Only by joining forces would they benefit. The 2 sides hit it off and formed an alliance. Brother Lu, I need to find a place to go into seclusion and cultivate for a while. Lu Ming gave Tsang Qiong a piece of origin spirit tea according to their agreement. Then, Tsang Qiong said goodbye. Chapter 49-37. Tsang Qiong said goodbye. Obviously, Tsang Qiong wanted to raise his cultivation to the peak of the Divine Master realm before the ancient city opened. Coincidentally, Lu Ming also had the same plan. This time, he had obtained a total of 15 Origin God Tea leaves. According to legend, a single leaf of the Origin God Tea was enough to allow a person to break through from the 9th level of the Divine Master realm to the peak of the Divine Master realm. He gave Tsang Qiong a piece, and there were still 14 pieces left. Among them, Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, Ling Yue, Wan Shen, Dandan, Bubbles, Tang Jun, and himself. There were a total of 8 people, all of whom were 9th level divine masters. Each of them needed 1 Origin God Tea leaf, and there were 6 more. Even if Lu Ming had a mysterious power and needed a lot of resources to break through, 1 leaf might not be enough, so he would get 2. If 2 were not enough, then he would get 3. 7 leaves should be enough. Lu Ming and the 4 extreme Een corpse kings agreed that once the ancient city's formation was broken, they would rush in together. Then, they planned to leave and find a place to cultivate in seclusion. However, before Lu Ming and the others could leave, something happened. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded. The earth and the void shook crazily as if there was an earthquake with a magnitude of more than 10. The ground under Lu Ming's feet shook violently. What happened? Look over there, at the center of the island, a purple golden light soared into the sky and dyed the entire sky purple golden. It's that ancient city. Dandan exclaimed. Could it be that the ancient city's formation has been broken and is about to open? Xian said. It seems that all the treasures in the Qi channels have been dug out. The ancient city's formation has no energy to maintain, so something abnormal has happened. Guemo said. It's about to open. The real immortal kingdom is about to open. I can feel a strong and pure extreme Yin Qi. It's the immortal Qi. The extreme Yin corpse kings looked in the direction of the ancient city with fiery eyes. Lu Ming and the others frowned. They could indeed feel a shocking Qi coming from the ancient city. This Qi was like the might of the heavens, high and mighty, looking down on all living things, making Lu Ming and the others feel a great pressure. However, Lu Ming took a closer look and discovered that there were two auras mixed in this aura. Both of them were extremely terrifying. Let's go and take a look, Lu Ming said. Without needing him to speak, the 4 extreme Yin corpse kings had already charged towards the ancient city with the extreme Yin corpses. Lu and the others followed closely behind. Soon, they were close to the ancient city. The ancient city's heavens, heavenly divine light, heavenly God, the heavenly Tao, heavenly to the ancient city, heavenly heavens, to the heavens, heavenly to Ming and the heavens. It seems that the ancient city's formation is completely maintained by the 9 Qi veins. Otherwise, it would have already collapsed. Now that the 9 Qi veins have no more resources, the formation will naturally not be able to maintain itself. Dandan explained. Roar roar, there were at least a few thousand extreme Yin corpses around. They were very excited and kept roaring, the sound waves spreading out like waves. On the other side of the ancient city, there were many figures. They were the evil Yin race, primordial light race, and Sangming race. Leading them were Gaishak, lord of the underworld, Yuan Wuji, Yuan Liuji, Prince Kanglo, and Prince Tsangqing, the 6 invincible divine lord experts. However, Princess Tsangxian, Dark Night Rose, was nowhere to be seen. Moreover, the number of beings in the Forbidden Grounds had decreased by a lot. There were only about 1,000 of them in total. These 1,000 or so creatures were all experts. Most of them were able to set up joint attack formations. Those with weaker cultivation bases and battle prowess were not here. The beings in the Forbidden Grounds naturally heard the roars of the extreme Yin corpses. Humph, it's those extreme Yin bastards. Gaishak harumphed coldly. From the sounds, the number is shocking. Looks like the extreme Yin corpses in the 3 regions have teamed up. Let's not worry about these extreme Yin corpses for now, Yuan Wuji and the others said. Even they were a little wary of so many extreme Yin corpses. Moreover, they did not know that Lu Ming and the others were already with the extreme Yin corpses. The barrier on the ancient city disappeared quickly. In less than an hour, it was almost completely gone. I didn't expect the ancient city to open at this time. This is really not the right time. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. They had just obtained the origin god tea leaves and were preparing to use them to break through their cultivation. They did not expect the ancient city to open at this time. There was no time left. If they were a few months later, their cultivation might have broken through. However, if they were to break through now, the treasures in the ancient city would have been taken away by the beings in the Forbidden Grounds. Xian Yanqing, Dandan, and the others also sighed. There are no more formation ripples. After a while, Dandan said. Go, try it. Jianju roared. Instantly, a few extreme Yin corpses charged out toward the ancient city. Without causing any abnormalities, the few extreme Yin corpses charged into the ancient city from the city walls. There were no more formations, nor were there any air-sealing domains. Follow me into the city. Follow me. The 4 extreme Yin corpse kings led their subordinates and charged into the ancient city. Let's go too, Lu Ming said. They also followed the large group of extreme corpses and charged into the ancient city. However, their bodies were filled with energy and they were ready to attack at any time. Once they noticed that the situation was not right, they would immediately retreat. However, they were overthinking. There were no abnormalities and they successfully entered the ancient city. When they entered the ancient city, they discovered that the void in front of them was constantly extending. This is spatial folding, Bubbles said. Yes, spatial folding. From the outside, the ancient city looked very majestic, but the area should not be very large. However, when they entered the ancient city, they discovered that the area of the ancient city was shockingly large. This was spatial folding. This was the real Zixiao Immortal Kingdom. They stood in the sky and looked down. The ground was densely packed with buildings that stretched as far as the eye could see. From this, one could see how prosperous the Zixiao Immortal Kingdom was. Unfortunately, these buildings were all dilapidated. No, not only were they dilapidated, they were almost flattened. There were broken walls and tiles everywhere, and the ground was full of potholes. There were also cracks that seemed to be caused by divine weapons. There were even corpses lying on the ground, as well as all kinds of broken divine weapons and broken armors. This was clearly a battlefield. There were traces of a great battle everywhere. A great battle happened in this ancient city. Dandan whispered, his voice revealing his shock. Be careful, there are many corpses here. Don't turn into extreme corpses. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xianyinqing, Qiu Yu, and the others. He did not let the other extreme corpses hear him. Immortal molting. At this moment, the 4 extreme corpse kings, including the silver-eyed corpses, were looking straight ahead with fiery eyes. Chapter 49-38. In the distance, there was a mountain peak. The mountain peak was tall and straight, reaching into the sky. It was very far away from Lu Ming and the others. It was shrouded in clouds and looked like an illusion. However, the aura coming from the mountain peak was extremely terrifying. Previously, they had felt the aura of heavenly might outside the ancient city. It was coming from this mountain. However, the aura was even stronger inside the ancient city. The pressure was even greater. The immortal's molt is there. I can feel it. It's mine. The extreme corpse kings growled, then rushed out, rushing towards the mountain peak. The other extreme corpses followed. There's good food down there. At this moment, Qiu shouted and rushed towards the ground. Its round body stretched out 2 claws and grabbed a broken sword and started to chew on it. With a crunch, a piece of the broken sword was bitten off. Qiu ate it with relish. It's a broken origin grade divine weapon. It still has spirituality. Look, there's a joint attack formation carrier. Xianyinqing, Dandan, and the others exclaimed. They realized that there were many good things on the battlefield. Let's go down and take a look. Lu Ming and the others landed on the ground. They did not follow the extreme corpse to the mountain peak. The aura coming from the mountain peak was too terrifying. It was accompanied by a huge pressure. Even if the immortal's molt was on the mountain peak, they might not be able to get it. They might as well look for it on the ground. This was obviously an ancient battlefield. There might be some good things left behind. However, they did not let down their guard. They were mainly afraid that the corpses had already become extreme corpses. However, they realized that they were overthinking. These corpses were real corpses. They had not become extreme corpses. One group is from the human race. What race is the other group? They are similar to the extreme corpses. Lu Ming and the others observed carefully. They realized that the corpses on the ground were mainly divided into 2 races. One was from the human race. Needless to say, these humans should be from the Purple Cloud Cave in the previous era. The other race had green skin. They looked ferocious with a wide mouth and sharp teeth. They were similar to the extreme corpses. Could this be the Ju tribe? Lu Ming's heart stirred. That was very likely. Looking at the corpses on both sides, it was clear that a fierce battle had taken place. The sharp claws of some of the extreme Een tribe members had dug into the heads of the humans, while the weapons of the humans had pierced through the heads of the extreme Een tribe members. Surprisingly, these corpses did not decompose. Lu Ming and the others speculated that this might have something to do with the aura emanating from the mountain peak. Taking a closer look, Zhang Xian could tell that there were two types of auras emanating from the mountain. It was an extremely cold and gloomy aura. It was almost the same as the gloomy aura that permeated the entire Purple Heaven Wonderland, except that it was countless times denser. There was also another type of aura that was glorious and majestic. It was incomparably hot, like the great sun. The two auras mixed together and radiated out, covering the entire ancient city. It was very likely that these corpses had been corroded by this aura for many years, which was why they hadn't decayed and had been preserved. Other than these corpses, there were also scattered divine weapons and broken armors. Crunch, crunch, Chuchio finished the broken sword in no time. Then, it leaped out, grabbed a broken saber, and took a bite out of it. Bah! After taking a bite, Chuchio immediately spat it out. It has no spirituality. This source-level divine weapon is even worse than a piece of scrap metal. It is filled with a gloomy aura. Lu Ming took the broken saber from Chuchio's hand and looked at it. Indeed, there was no spirituality at all. There was only a gloomy aura left. It was completely useless, even worse than a piece of scrap metal. Strange. Shouldn't source-level divine weapons be very hard to decay? Lu Ming muttered. Source-level divine weapons contained an immortal substance that would almost never decay. In the past, whether it was the heavenly human race or the Heaven Destroyer, the source-level divine weapons that were excavated from the ruins of the universe were all left behind from the previous era. Countless years had passed, but they were still perfectly preserved. That was because the source-level divine weapons contained an immortal substance. Even if it was a broken source-level divine weapon, it would be difficult for it to truly decay. More or less, its spirituality would be preserved. And this broken saber was obviously a source-level divine weapon, but it had completely decayed. It was very likely that the gloomy aura had corroded it. Look, these people's waist tags. Don't they look like the carriers of a joint attack array? Wan Shen's voice sounded. Let me see. Dandan immediately rushed over. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and the others also rushed over to take a look. On a dilapidated building, there were 15 figures lying in a disorderly manner. The 15 figures were all humans, but they had one thing in common. There was a hole between their eyebrows, which seemed to have been pierced by a sharp weapon. They must have been killed in an instant by a terrifying expert. The 15 people all had a metal tag on their waists, which was still emitting a faint light. Dandan hurriedly took a piece to take a look. Then, his face bloomed like a flower, and he grinned. It really is a joint attack array carrier. And it's good. It can be used. Lu Ming and the others were also delighted. They also took a piece to take a look. This joint attack array carrier wasn't completely without problems. It was also contaminated with a trace of gloomy aura. However, the array on it was still intact, and its spirituality was still intact. As long as the gloomy aura on it was removed, the array carrier could be used again. Dandan gathered the 15 waist tags together and carefully observed them. He concluded that these 15 waist tags were a complete set of joint attack array carriers. There was nothing missing. Lu Ming and the others were overjoyed. This was definitely a great harvest. We're rich. I don't know how many divine weapons and array carriers there are on this battlefield. We're rich. Dandan grinned. Among them, Chuchio was the busiest. At this moment, he found another broken divine weapon and chewed on it. Search carefully. Lu Ming and the others were excited. They began to search inch by inch. The divine weapons scattered here were all astonishingly high level because those below the source level had long decayed and turned into ashes. Only those above the source level could be preserved. However, most of these divine weapons were broken, and many of them had completely lost their spirituality and could no longer be used. Of course, there were still intact source-level divine weapons that hadn't lost their spirituality. Lu Ming and the others searched around and found quite a few. There were more than a dozen intact source-level divine weapons, but there was a little gloomy aura. As long as the gloomy aura on them was removed, they could be restored to their original state. More than a dozen source-level divine weapons were definitely a great harvest. That wasn't all. The joint attack array carriers also had a great harvest. Chapter 49-39. After searching through the area, they found a total of more than 30 sets of joint attack formation carriers. Yes, more than 30 of them. Unfortunately, not all of the combined attack arrays were complete. Many of them were missing. For example, a set of 15 people's joint attack formation might lack 1 or 2 joint attack formation carriers, causing the joint attack formation to become incomplete. Some of them were missing even more. For example, a combined attack array with 12 people was missing 7 combined attack arrays, leaving only 5 combined attack arrays. Of course, it was better than nothing. Incomplete combined attack arrays could still be used to set up arrays, but their power would be much weaker, but they could still increase the battle power of Divine Lord Realm experts. There were only 9 combined attack arrays that were truly complete. There was even a combined attack array with 21 people. If these combined attack arrays were brought back to the Heaven Destroyer, it would definitely increase the power of the Heaven Destroyer by a lot. They also found a pattern. The closer they were to the city wall, the higher the chances of the divine weapons and arrays being preserved. The further they were from the city wall, the fewer divine weapons and arrays being preserved. When they were more than 100,000 miles away from the city wall, almost no divine weapons and arrays were found. They guessed that it had something to do with the powerful energy. The closer they were to the city wall, the further they were from the energy and the less affected they would be and the higher the chances of them being preserved. What a pity, Lu Ming and the others sighed. Because through their careful observation, they found that the further they were from the city wall, the closer they were to the mountain, the stronger they were when they were alive. This could be vaguely felt from the corpses. The stronger one was, the higher one's realm was. After death, one could still exude pressure. Although a long time had passed and the pressure had weakened, Lu Ming and the rest were very sensitive. They could still sense it if they sensed it carefully. Some of the corpses even gave off a terrifying pressure. They were definitely terrifying experts when they were alive. The divine weapons that these experts had were definitely of a higher level. There were even divine weapons that surpassed source-level divine weapons, but unfortunately, they were all rotten. Then, they walked along the city wall and wanted to go around other areas, but they found people from the Forbidden Grounds. Apparently, the Forbidden Grounds were also surrounding the city wall and looking for treasures. Let's go to that mountain peak to take a look. I wonder how the Absolute Een corpses are doing. Lu Ming suggested. They didn't clash with the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds. Instead, they retreated silently and flew towards the mountain peak. The interior of the ancient city was extremely vast. There were buildings and palaces everywhere, but they had all collapsed. There were traces of battle everywhere, and corpses were everywhere. This battle is too tragic. Could it be that everyone in the Purple Heaven Wonderland died? Ling Yue said. Her face was a little pale because the scene was tragic. I don't know. But from the looks of it, there's really no one alive. Xian Yinqing shook his head. Even the immortals have passed away. It's normal that there are no living people. Dandan said. Everyone chatted as they flew forward. Unfortunately, as they got closer to the mountain peak, there were almost no divine weapons or formation carriers left. Not even the waste products were preserved. They were all reduced to ashes. Soon, they had flown over 1,000,000 kilometers, but they still hadn't reached the mountain peak. Hey, there's a light flickering over there. Dandan's eyes were very sharp. He found a faint light flickering in a pit in the distance. Could there be treasures? Everyone's hearts couldn't help but beat faster. If there were treasures preserved here, it would definitely be extraordinary. They immediately flew over. When they saw the situation in the pit, everyone's hearts trembled. In the pit, there were 5 figures sitting cross-legged with their backs facing each other. They each held a battle sword. The 5 battle swords were exactly the same. They emitted a faint light. The flickering light they saw before was emitted by these 5 battle swords. Around the 5 of them, there were dozens of corpses lying everywhere. They were all from the Absolute Een tribe. Combined attack formation carriers. A thought flashed through everyone's mind. At the same time, an image appeared in their minds. The 5 experts of the Purple Heaven Wonderland used a combined attack formation to fight dozens of Absolute Een tribe experts. Although he had killed dozens of Ju Een tribe elites, he had also died from exhaustion. Seniors, sorry to disturb you. If you all die, you can't let the divine weapons be covered in dust. Lend these 5 battle swords to us. Dandan muttered to herself as she stretched out her hand and grabbed a sword. With a wave of his hand, whoosh! A blazing sword light flew out and left a deep sword mark on the ground. This sword. Is this an origin level combined attack formation carrier? Dandan's eyes were burning. An origin level combined attack formation carrier? The hearts of Lu Ming and the others also beat wildly. As the name implied, origin-level combined formations were for reciprocity experts. They could be used by reciprocity experts to cast down formations, allowing the power of multiple reciprocity experts to erupt several times their original power. During this period of time, the combined attack formations that Lu Ming and the others had encountered were all master-level combined attack formations. Only almighty experts could use them. Origin realm experts could not use master-level combined attack formations at all. Once they used them, they would instantly burst the master-level combined attack formation carrier. The difficulty of refining an origin-level combined attack formation carrier was many times more difficult than a master-level combined attack formation carrier. The materials needed were many times more precious. If they took these 5 combined attack formation carriers back, once the origin tribulation was over, the Heaven Destroyer would choose 5 Origin Realm experts to set up the formation. Their battle strength would definitely skyrocket. They guessed that because the 5 of them were setting up the formation when they died, they relied on the power of the formation to block the corrosion of the cold Een Chi. That was why the 5 swords were preserved. Take it. Lu Ming and the others took it without hesitation. Then, they continued to fly towards the mountain peak. However, along the way, they looked around to see if they could obtain another batch of treasures. They were so close to the mountain peak. If there really were treasures left behind, they would definitely be extraordinary. Unfortunately, they were disappointed. Later on, they did not obtain anything. They were getting closer and closer to the mountain peak. The closer they were to the mountain peak, the more terrifying the aura from the mountain peak was. They were constantly under a huge pressure. Roar, 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 roars came from the front. It was the Extreme Een corpse. They could see thousands of Extreme Een corpses flying back and forth in front. However, they seemed to be blocked by something and could not continue flying. What's going on? Lu Ming and the others flew up. Lu Ming asked. It's an immortal domain. A voice came from another direction. It was Tsang Qiong. Tsang Qiong flew over with dozens of people from the Quasi-Sage tribe. Chapter 4940. Tsang Qiong had originally planned to find a place to enter seclusion and use the Divine Source Tea to break through to the 9th layer of the Divine Master Realm. However, because the ancient city's array had suddenly disappeared, he had rushed over with his people. Immortal domain? Lu Ming and the others were not surprised to see Tsang Qiong. However, they were unfamiliar with the term immortal domain. This was the first time they had heard of it. There are 2 auras coming from that mountain. One is cold, and the other is hot. If I'm not wrong, the cold aura comes from the celestial level cultivator of the Ju Een tribe, and the hot aura comes from the celestial level cultivator of the Purple Heaven Sanctuary. The 2 immortal realm experts fought against each other and died of exhaustion. They passed away at the same time, leaving behind their immortal molts. However, although they died, their inextinguishable fighting spirit remained. The immortal molts also continue to resist, forming the immortal domain. The immortal domain is extremely terrifying. Anyone who tries to barge in will be turned to dust by the immortal domain. Let alone divine masters, even origin realm experts will die if they go in. Sungxiong explained. So that's how it is. Everyone was enlightened. As for the extreme Yin corpses, their expressions were somewhat ugly. According to what you said, we are blocked by the immortal domain and cannot obtain the immortal molts? The golden-eyed Yin corpse Jianju said. You can say that. Sungxiong nodded and smiled. You can still smile. What are you going to do now? The other golden-eyed Yin corpse Jianju said. Of course we'll wait. Perhaps there will be a change. Sungxiong said. The extreme Yin corpses were speechless. Brother Sungxiong, I would like to ask you something. Lu Ming suddenly said. It was obvious that Sungxiong knew a lot of things. Among the people that Lu Ming had met, no one could compare to him. Brother Lu, please speak. Sungxiong smiled. I want to know why there are so many corpses in this ancient city, but these corpses have not become extreme Yin corpses. Why are there so many extreme Yin corpses outside the ancient city? Lu Ming asked, but he used a voice transmission. After all, it was not appropriate to ask this question in front of the other extreme Yin corpses. My guess is that it has something to do with the presence of the mountain. There are two presences coming from the mountain, and the two presences are fighting against each other. The cold and gloomy presence of the Ju Yin tribe is being suppressed. That's why the corpses here have not turned into Ju Yin corpses. As for the corpses outside, they have all turned into absolute Yin corpses. I think it's because of the two types of immortals remains. The immortal from the absolute Yin tribe suppressed the immortal from purple heaven, and the absolute Yin chi was stronger. It spread out through the ancient city. He was not completely sure about the firmament path. Everything was just speculation. That immortal from the Ju Yin tribe has a stronger Ju Yin tribe chi? Lu Ming frowned slightly. He carefully sensed the two auras, but was unable to determine which was stronger. The main reason was that the two auras were too powerful, far surpassing Lu Ming's. The difference was too great, making it difficult for him to judge. However, he felt that firmament speculation made sense. This was because he did not sense the aura of the immortal from Purple Heaven Grotto outside the ancient city. He only sensed the cold aura of the extreme Yin tribe. That cold aura filled the entire Purple Heaven Grotto. It was very likely that the two immortals' remains were fighting, and the extreme Yin tribe had the upper hand. Inside the ancient city, the two auras were still fighting. Outside the ancient city, only the cold aura of the extreme Yin tribe was left. That was why the corpses inside the ancient city did not turn into absolute Yin corpses, but outside the ancient city, there were absolute Yin corpses everywhere. Although he could not be sure if this was the truth, at least it made sense. Brother Lu, since we are blocked by the immortal domain, I don't know how long the immortal domain will last. I plan to find a place to cultivate in seclusion. What about you guys? Firmament path. That's what I was thinking too. Lu Ming nodded. Since there was time, he naturally had to seize it and use the divine source tea to make a breakthrough. Those absolute Yin corpses did not want to leave. They continued to wander around the immortal domain, looking for a way to make a breakthrough. Lu Ming and the others bid farewell and left. They flew in another direction, intending to find a quiet place to cultivate. However, after flying for some distance, they suddenly stopped. That was because a large number of figures had appeared in front of them. They were the living beings of the Forbidden Lands. The creatures of the Forbidden Lands of the three clans were all there. Lu Ming, I've finally found you. Let's see where you can escape to this time. A cold voice sounded. It was Yuan Jiuji. He was looking at Lu Ming with murderous intent. In front of Yuan Jiuji were Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji, two top experts. In addition, the four invincible divine masters, Gaishak, Infernal Fiend Lord, Prince Kanglo, and Prince Tsungqing stood side by side with Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji. They charged toward Lu Ming and the others at an astonishing speed. Retreat. Let's meet up with the absolute corpses. Lu Ming shouted in a low voice. They turned and left, flying in the direction they came from. When they were searching for treasures along the city wall, they had encountered the 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands. Although they had quickly retreated, they were probably still discovered by the creatures of the Forbidden Lands. It was obvious that the 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands had started to look for Lu Ming when they saw that they were blocked by the immortal domain. They planned to kill Lu Ming and the others first. The other party had 6 invincible divine masters. They were not a force they could fight against. Only by joining forces with the absolute corpses could they fight against the 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands. Luckily, Lu Ming and the others were not too far away from the absolute corpses. They soon saw the absolute corpses. It's the absolute corpses. The people of the 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands also saw the absolute corpses. Don't worry about them. We'll only deal with Lu Ming and the others. We won't fight against the absolute corpses. These absolute corpses are quite intelligent. I believe they can see the situation clearly. Yuan Wuji said. That's right. Even if these absolute corpses go crazy and attack Lu Ming and the others together, we can still kill Lu Ming and the others in the chaos, Gaishak said. But before Gaishak could finish his words, he was stunned. The rest of his words were stuck in his throat. Because Lu Ming and the others had charged into the midst of the absolute corpses. The absolute corpses did not attack Lu Ming and the others. What's going on? The infernal fiend lord's eyes widened. Don't worry about it. Continue to attack and see how the absolute corpses react. Yuan Wuji said coldly and revealed a ruthless expression. They continued to charge towards Lu Ming and the others. At the same time, Yuan Wuji roared, our target is Lu Ming and the others. It's none of your business. Get out of the way. Kill. Dao Ju roared. He could not be bothered with Yuan Wuji and ordered the absolute corpses under him. Kill. Kill. Lu Ming and the others took the opportunity to roar. Shoo. 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 A large number of absolute corpses charged towards the 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands. Their sharp claws tore through the void and streaks of sharp claws tore towards the 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands. You bastards, you're courting death. Gaishak roared. You're the ones courting death. Dao Ju, and Dao Ju, the 3 absolute corpse kings roared in anger. They hated it when people called them bastards. They roared and charged towards the 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands. A chaotic battle broke out. Chapter 49-41. A chaotic battle broke out. Generals fought generals, soldiers fought soldiers. Lu Ming was the first to face Yuan Wuji. The 2 of them exchanged a few moves. Gu Chengfeng was up against Yuan Wuji. As for the 4 extreme corpse kings, they fought Gaishak, Underworld Fiend King, Prince Kanglo, and Prince Tsungqing. Both sides had 6 invincible divine masters, and they were locked in a fierce battle that left the heavens and earth in a state of chaos. Of course, the 3 races of the Forbidden Area had many experts comparable to Prince Guangqian, and they fought with the silver-eyed corpse of the extreme corpse kings. The number of silver-eyed corpses was obviously lower, and they were at a disadvantage. However, the Qi in the ancient city was extremely dense, and the extreme corpse kings could even absorb the Qi for their own use, making the black Qi on their bodies terrifyingly dense. Even the blue flame stone had no effect on them. The 3 races of the Forbidden Area knew the weakness of the extreme corpse kings, but this weakness was covered by the thick black Qi. In addition, the extreme corpse kings didn't fear death and had an extremely strong life force, so they fought with the beings of the Forbidden Area. Shwa, 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 the 3 races of the Forbidden Area started to set up a joint attack array. Many powerful joint attack arrays were set up. Among them, there were 5 or 6 21 people joint attack arrays. Most of them were 21 people joint attack arrays. There weren't many 21 people joint attack arrays left from the Tsung Ming race, Dark Fiend race, and Primordial Light race. This was because most of them had been destroyed by Lu Ming's sneak attack. If I had known, I would have attacked the Tsung Ming race as well. Lu Ming regretted it now. He hadn't attacked the Tsung Ming race before because of Princess Tsung Xian. If he had known that Princess Tsung Xian was Dark Knight Rose in disguise, he wouldn't have shown mercy to the Tsung Ming race. Otherwise, the three races of the Forbidden Area wouldn't have so many 21 people joint attack arrays. 5 21 people joint attack arrays were extremely powerful and were equivalent to 5 or 6 invincible divine lords. Dandan and the others had also set up a joint attack formation to create a black-armored warrior. Although their combined offensive formation was no small matter, and possessed astonishing power, they were able to forcibly block a 21 people combined offensive formation by relying on their combined offensive formation. The power of a 12-man joint attack formation was actually equivalent to a 21-man joint attack formation. It was enough to show how extraordinary this joint attack formation was. But in the end, they were only able to block one of the palaces. The other 5 palaces attacked Lu Ming's group, forcing Lu Ming's group to retreat step by step. If this continued, sooner or later, they would not be able to hold on. Let's go to the immortal domain. Lu Ming shouted and exchanged a blow with Yuan Wuji. With the help of this move, he retreated rapidly and opened the chaos ring at the same time. Tsung Qiong, let your men enter my great desolate ring, Lu Ming's voice rang out. Don't resist. Enter the great desolate ring, Tsung Qiong shouted and entered the chaos ring with the people of the Quasi-Saint tribe. Lu Ming continued to retreat and arrived at the joint attack formation set up by Xian Yanqing's group. He swept out his war god spear and exchanged a blow with the 21 people combined offensive formation. You guys go in too, Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xian Yanqing's group. Xian Yanqing's group had already understood and entered the chaos ring in a flash. Whoosh! Lu Ming did not stop. He dashed in the direction of the immortal domain. Those extreme Yin corpses also rushed towards the immortal domain. The 3 clans of the Forbidden Area chased after them relentlessly. But soon, the 3 clans of the Forbidden Area slowed down. Because the pressure they faced when they rushed towards the immortal domain would be greater. Lu Ming's speed also slowed down. His body was withstanding an enormous pressure. The terrifying pressure pressed down on him as if there were incomparably sharp forces cutting his skin. This is enough. If I continue to move forward, I will be torn apart by this pressure, Lu Ming thought to himself. The power of the immortal domain was too strong. It was not something he could resist. Roar, the extreme Yin corpses continued to roar. Some of the weaker extreme Yin corpses had already stopped. Fortunately, the extreme Yin corpses could absorb the cold aura here for their own use. Their resistance to the immortal domain was stronger than other living beings of the same level. But the 3 clans of the Forbidden Area could not withstand it. The 6 invincible divine masters in the lead were slightly better. With their top-notch equipment and powerful strength, they almost reached Lu Ming's group. But those living beings of the Forbidden Area who had set up the joint offensive formation could not withstand it. The joint offensive formation they had set up was very strong, but its defensive power was average. How could it withstand the pressure of the immortal domain? One of the 21 people combined offensive formation went too deep and was crushed by the terrifying pressure. The 21 people who set up the formation coughed out blood and retreated rapidly. The other joint offensive formations did not dare to enter and stopped. Kill! 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 The 4 extreme Yin corpse kings roared and charged at Gaishak's group. At the same time, Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng also charged over. Boom! 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 12 invincible divine masters fought against the powerful pressure of the immortal domain. After a dozen moves, Gaishak's group was pushed back. Yes, in this environment, the 4 extreme Yin corpse kings obviously had the upper hand. Damn it, Gaishak, Yuan Wuji, and the others roared. In this environment, only the 6 invincible god lords could take action. Even those existences on the level of King Guangxian would find it difficult to use much of their strength. Those joint offensive formations were even more useless. After all, joint offensive formations were only joint offensive formations. Although they were very powerful and the 21 people combined offensive formations were comparable to an invincible divine master, their weaknesses were weak. But they also had obvious weaknesses. The difference between them and a true invincible divine master was too obvious. If those 5 or 6 21 people combined offensive formations were truly invincible divine masters, Lu Ming's group would not be able to escape. How about it? Should we retreat? Prince Kanglo messaged the others. We can only retreat. The others discussed for a while and decided to retreat. Retreat! Gaishak roared. After hearing this, the members of the 3 forbidden races felt as if they had been pardoned and quickly retreated. Gaishak, Yuan Wuji, and the other 5 also quickly retreated. Although Lu Ming's group had the upper hand, it was impossible for them to keep their opponents here. Why are you retreating? Aren't you going to continue playing? Lu Ming mocked. When the experts of our 3 races arrive, it will be the time of your death. Gaishak coldly roared as his cold eyes scanned Lu Ming. Then he led his subordinates and quickly retreated. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. After the 3 forbidden races left, Lu Ming's group also left the immortal domain. After all, it was very uncomfortable to be suppressed by that pressure at all times. After leaving the immortal domain, Lu Ming released Xian Yanqing and the others, as well as the people of the quasi-sage tribe, from the ancient desolate ring. Let's find a place to seclude ourselves. Lu Ming said. Chapter 49-42. Lu Ming could not wait to enter secluded cultivation and break through to the peak of the Divine Master Realm. If his cultivation broke through to the peak of the Divine Master Realm, his battle prowess would definitely skyrocket. At that time, why would he need to fear the 3 races of the Forbidden Grounds? He would not be afraid even if 6 invincible Divine Masters attacked him together. There would be a huge increase from the 9th layer of the Divine Master Realm to the peak of the Divine Master Realm. The increase in battle prowess would be much greater than the increase from the 8th layer of the Divine Master Realm to the 9th layer of the Divine Master Realm. Lu Ming left the mountain and even the ancient city. He found a quiet place on the island and entered secluded cultivation. In any case, the ancient city was no longer defended, so they could enter and exit as they wished. Moreover, the quasi-saint tribe had left people in the ancient city to observe. If there were any abnormalities in the immortal domain, they would immediately send out news. Qiuqiu also stayed in the ancient city for 2 purposes. One was naturally to observe the immortal domain, and the other was to continue searching for broken divine weapons. The ancient city was very wide. Although they and the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds had already searched through it, there was no guarantee that there was nothing left behind. It was the origin tribulation now. Although Qiuqiu could not break through to the origin realm, he could accumulate energy. He could constantly refine broken divine weapons and various metal materials to accumulate energy. Once the origin tribulation was over, he could break through to the origin realm in an instant. After everything was arranged, Lu Ming and the others began to cultivate in peace. Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, Ling Yue, Wan Shen, Dandan, Bubbles, and Tang Jun each held a origin god tea leaf and cultivated in seclusion. A origin god tea leaf also appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The origin god tea leaf was incomparably green, like a piece of beautiful jade. It was suffused with multicolored light, sometimes transforming into various strange beasts, sometimes into various divine weapons, changing endlessly. It was incomparably mysterious. A refreshing fragrance constantly drilled into Lu Ming's nose. Lu Ming took out a teapot and a pot of divine spring water. After boiling the divine spring water with forbidden energy, he placed the origin god tea leaf into the divine spring water. The divine spring water turned from colorless to emerald green. Lu Ming picked up the teapot and drank the divine spring water in one gulp. Suddenly, a strange energy filled his body and rushed toward the universe bridge. Lu Ming closed his eyes and condensed his spiritual consciousness on the bridge. Then, He entered the cosmic sea along the bridge and began to comprehend the origin. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. The medicinal effects of the origin god tea were mostly exhausted. Lu Ming opened his eyes. What a powerful medicinal effect. The speed of comprehending the origin source is hundreds to thousands of times faster than usual. Lu Ming was amazed. In the past few days, he could feel that the origin energy in the origin seed was rapidly increasing. The speed was hundreds to thousands of times faster than before. In just a few days, it was comparable to a few years of bitter cultivation. At this rate, Lu Ming would be able to break through to the peak of the Divine Master realm in less than half a year. Continue. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face as he continued to brew tea with the divine spring. A single origin god tea leaf could be used repeatedly. Brewing it once would only bring out a small portion of the tea leaves' medicinal efficacy. Only by repeatedly brewing and using the tea leaves would one be able to fully utilize the medicinal fragrance of the tea leaves. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Lu Ming had made great progress in this month. The origin energy in the origin seed was getting richer and richer. He was also getting closer to the peak of the Divine Master realm. In the past month, the ancient city was very quiet. The immortal domain was still there and the creatures of the forbidden area were also stationed in one place. There was no other movement. Not far from where Lu Ming and the others were cultivating in seclusion was where Tsang Qiong was cultivating in seclusion. Phew. Tsang Qiong ended his cultivation once again and exhaled deeply. His eyes were bright. In 3 months at most, I will be able to reach the peak of the Divine Master realm. At that time, I will be much more confident in activating the immortal mark. The immortal molt will be mine. Tsang Qiong's lips curled into a smile. He was about to continue brewing tea when suddenly, an elder from the quasi-sage tribe hurried over. Didn't I tell you not to disturb my cultivation if there is nothing important? Tsang Qiong frowned and was somewhat displeased. Young master, something has happened. The elder from the quasi-sage tribe said solemnly. What is it? Tsang Qiong Path. There is news from the tribe that the 3 tribes of the forbidden area transported a large amount of resources back some time ago. During this period, many experts have already awakened. A group of top experts has already entered the Purple Heaven Cave. I'm afraid that they will arrive at the Purple Heaven Immortal Kingdom soon. After saying this, the elder handed over a voice transmission jade talisman to Tsang Qiong. Tsang Qiong's expression changed. He took the voice transmission jade talisman and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. His face was incomparably gloomy. Young master, what should we do now? The elder asked. Originally, I wanted to wait until my cultivation has reached the peak of the Divine Master realm before taking action. However, there is no time now. We must act as soon as possible to open the immortal domain and obtain the immortal molt. Tsang Qiong Path. Young master, you have not reached the peak of the Divine Master realm yet. Once you take action and activate the immortal mark, I am afraid that your body will not be able to withstand it. You will be severely injured and your cultivation will regress. The elder from the quasi-sage tribe advised. There is no way out for us. Tsang Qiong's expression was resolute. The primitive universe has entered an unprecedented era. It is incomparably dangerous but also filled with endless opportunities. However, our tribe is still too weak. Our ancestor has not recovered from his serious injuries and has been in a deep sleep. If we can obtain the immortal molt and heal him, our tribe will definitely have the upper hand. Even if we face the creatures of the forbidden area, we will still have the strength to fight. Otherwise, when the creatures of the forbidden area fully recover, our tribe will either submit or be exterminated. Sigh. The elder from the quasi-sage tribe sighed and revealed a sad expression. He knew that Tsang Qiong had made up his mind. Go find Lu Ming and the others. We need their help in this matter. Tsang Qiong Path. Lu Ming was originally cultivating. When he sensed the arrival of Tsang Qiong and the others, he temporarily stopped his cultivation. Even though he was cultivating, he was multitasking and divided some of his attention to pay attention to the situation outside. After all, this was not a completely safe place. He naturally had to be cautious. However, he was a little puzzled. Why did Sang Qiong suddenly look for him? It had only been a month. Logically speaking, Sang Qiong should not have reached the peak of the Divine Master realm so quickly. Brother Lu, something bad has happened. Sang Qiong's first sentence made Lu Ming's heart sink a little. Xian Yanqing, Qiu Qiu Moon, and the others also ended their cultivation and looked at Sang Qiong and the others. Brother Tsang, what's the matter? Lu Ming asked. I received news that some time ago, the Primordial Light Tribe, the Baleful Een Tribe, and the Blue Sea Tribe transported a large amount of resources back. During this period, a large number of experts from the three tribes have already awakened. Moreover, many experts have already entered the Purple Heaven Cave and are on their way here. I'm afraid that in less than 10 days, the experts from the three tribes will arrive. Sang Qiong Path. Lu Ming's expression was somewhat grave. He asked, how many experts are there in the three tribes? Are there any invincible divine masters? Yes, according to the news, there are more than 10 invincible divine masters from the three tribes combined. Sang Qiong Path. What? Lu Ming and the others' expressions changed drastically. Chapter 49-43. The expressions of Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and the others turned extremely ugly. The number of invincible divine masters from the three clans of the Forbidden Area exceeded 10? Including Gaishak and the others, wouldn't there be more than 10 invincible divine masters? These were invincible divine masters, known to be invincible below the origin source realm. Each one of them was an extremely rare genius. How could there be so many of them? Not to mention the invincible divine masters, even those at the level of the strongest Lord of Heaven were extremely rare. It wasn't easy for them to appear. Before the creatures of the Forbidden Area were born, the strongest Lord of Heaven and the strongest Divine Master were known to be at the pinnacle of the Divine Master realm. Every force only had a few of them. For example, the Heaven Destroyer only had a few. Invincible Divine Masters were many times stronger than the strongest Lord of Heaven. Only Yi Immortal of the Heavenly Human Clan had reached this level. Even Yi Qiuxian couldn't reach it. Even if Yi Qiuxian's cultivation had broken through to the pinnacle of the Divine Master realm, his battle strength would at most be comparable to Prince Guangxian's. But who was Yi Immortal? He was known to be the strongest ancestor in the history of the Heavenly Human Clan. He had reincarnated and was extremely talented and unparalleled in the world. That was why he could reach this level. As for Gu Changfeng, he had a forbidden physique 70 stellar years ago. His talent was extraordinary, but he still couldn't reach this level. It was only after he comprehended Genesis techniques that he barely reached this level. As for the Quasi-Saint tribe, there wasn't a single one. Not to mention invincible divine masters, the strongest person that had appeared in the Quasi-Saint tribe was only at the level of Prince Guangxian, and there was only one of them. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to reach the level of invincible divine master. How rare were people of this level? But there were so many of them from the three clans of the Forbidden Area. How could Lu Ming and the others not be shocked? How is this possible? Dandan cried out in disbelief. Although this matter sounds inconceivable, it is absolutely true. Sang Qiong said solemnly. He paused for a moment before continuing, the creatures in the Forbidden Grounds are too strong. They are beyond your imagination. In the previous era, the Desolation Continent was extremely prosperous. There were as many experts as there were clouds in the Desolation Continent. There were quite a number of Immortal Realm experts. However, the Forbidden Grounds were still Forbidden Grounds. They were feared by the experts of the Desolation Continent. Even Immortal Realm experts couldn't do anything to them. Among them, there are countless people with extraordinary talents. They are not comparable to the Celestial race, the demons, or even the Quasi-Saint race. It is normal for some invincible divine masters to be born. Brother Tsang, you seem to know a lot. I'm really curious, what's the origin of the quasi-immortal race? Lu Ming suddenly changed the topic and asked. Not only did Firmament know a lot about the creatures in the Forbidden Lands, but he also knew a lot about immortals. He knew about immortal molting and immortal realm. If not for Firmament, Lu Ming and the others wouldn't have understood. Those who transcended were immortals. This realm was too far away from Lu Ming and the others. It was illusory and difficult to touch. In this era, immortals had long been cut off. There were no more immortals born. Things about immortals were only legends. However, Firmament seemed to know a lot about them. There is nothing to hide now. My quasi-immortal race came from the previous era. We are native creatures of the Desolation continent. Firmament said. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing and the others nodded silently. In fact, they had already guessed this point. The quasi-immortal race had a very deep foundation. They even had a joint attack formation carrier. Moreover, they had existed in this world for countless years. It wasn't strange for them to be creatures of the previous era. The celestial race and the demons were also from the previous era. Moreover, they were the slaves of the human race. If they could be passed down, then it wasn't strange for other creatures to be passed down as well. An old ancestor of my quasi-immortal race is a real immortal. Firmament added. This time, the hearts of Lu Ming and the others shook violently. Immortal. An old ancestor of the quasi-immortal race was actually an immortal. This was really beyond their expectations. No wonder Firmament knew so much about immortals. In the quasi-immortal race, there were many ancient books that introduced immortals. Oh right, quasi-immortal race? Lu Ming's heart moved. He roughly understood why the quasi-immortal race was called quasi-immortal race. Because they were descendants of immortals, so they were called quasi-immortals? How vain. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. Brother Firmament, do you have a way to find us? Lu Ming composed himself and asked. We have to break the immortal realm, seize the immortal molting, and leave this place before the experts of the three races of the forbidden area arrive. Firmament said. Wait until we have a breakthrough in our cultivation. Will we still be afraid of them? Myriad deities said. The key is that we don't have time. Once the three races of the forbidden area arrive, do you think they will let us go? They will definitely look for us everywhere. Once we are surrounded by them, we will have to face a dozen invincible divine masters. Do we still have any hope? Firmament asked. The myriad deities fell silent. A dozen invincible divine masters was an incomparably terrifying force. Even if they ran toward the immortal realm, it would be useless. Those joint attack formations couldn't be used. A dozen invincible divine masters would be more than enough to kill them. Moreover, even if we escape the pursuit of the three races of the forbidden area, I believe that the three races of the forbidden area will have a way to break the immortal realm. At that time, the immortal molting will have no chance with us. Firmament said. You said that we have to break the immortal realm first. Do you have a way? Lu Ming asked. That's right. Firmament nodded. Since you have a way, why didn't you say so earlier? Dandan squinted at the sky, her face full of suspicion. Firmament said calmly, I just thought of it not long ago. Lu Ming and the others obviously didn't believe him. They speculated that Firmament had a way long ago and that he had deliberately concealed it. They didn't know what his purpose was. If we want to break the immortal realm, we will need your help. Firmament continued. You need our help? How? Lu Ming asked. Now we can confirm that there are two immortal molting remains on that mountain peak. They are resisting each other, which is why the immortal realm is formed. The reason for this is very likely because the two immortals still have an inextinguishable fighting spirit contained in their molting remains. As long as the fighting spirit in the two immortal molting remains is completely ignited and destroyed, the immortal realm will collapse on its own. Firmament explained. Lu Ming and the others didn't say anything. They looked at Firmament and waited for him to continue. As for how to ignite the fighting spirit in the immortal molting remains, it's actually very simple. The immortal from Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven is actually a human, and many of you are humans. As long as we use your blood to set up a formation and activate it to attack the immortal molting remains of the Jian tribe, the immortal molting remains of the Jian tribe will think that the immortal from Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven is attacking him, and the fighting spirit in it will be ignited. Firmament explained. Will that work? Lu Ming and the others were a little skeptical. Chapter 49-44. After hearing Sung Qiong's explanation, Lu Ming and the others were doubtful. Would it be useful to use their blood as the foundation to set up an array to attack the immortals molting of the extreme Yin tribe? No matter how they set up the array, its power was far inferior to that of the immortals. Would it be useful? Dandan raised this question directly. Because he would most likely be the one setting up the array. The immortal's molting of the immortal only contains the inextinguishable battle spirit, but it doesn't have intelligence to distinguish between strong and weak. As long as it senses a similar aura, it will explode. I'm 90% sure about this. And the extreme Yin corpse has the aura of the extreme Yin tribe. If we use their blood to set up an array to attack the immortal's molting of the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven, we can also explode the inextinguishable battle spirit in the molting of the immortal. The two inextinguishable battle spirits will definitely fight fiercely and destroy each other. After Sung Qiong finished speaking, he smiled confidently. Okay, let's do that then. Lu Ming nodded. This was the only way now. Although they hadn't broken through yet, there was no time. Lu Ming estimated that he would need at least 3 or 4 months to break through. Even if the others were shorter than him, it wouldn't be much shorter. By the time they broke through, it would be too late. After making up their minds, they quickly set off and entered the ancient city to find the extreme Yin corpse. At the same time, Lu Ming also called Xiuqiu back to gather. For more than a month, the extreme Yin corpse was still looking for a way to break through the immortal's domain, but to no avail. Sung Qiong told the extreme Yin corpse his plan, and the extreme Yin corpse naturally agreed. It was just a small loss of blood, no big deal. The matter of setting up the array naturally had to be left to Dandan. They followed the immortal's domain and looked for a good direction. It's here, Dandan's eyes lit up. In this direction, looking at the mountain peak, they could vaguely see 2 balls of light on the mountain peak. One ball of light was extremely hot, and the other ball of light was pitch black and as cold as the abyss. These 2 balls of light must be the immortals molting. But they were too far away, and the immortals' domain affected their vision, so they couldn't see what the immortals' molting of the light balls of light was. The immortals' molting of the immortal was a part of the immortal's body after his death. It could be any part of the body. Hands, feet, bones, heart, and so on. After choosing a direction, Dandan began to set up the formation. Lu Ming waved his hand and forced out some blood from his body. He put it in a jade bottle and gave it to Dandan to set up the array. Runes drawn with fresh blood would create a formation that contained the aura of the owner of the fresh blood. The 4 Absolute Yin Corpse Kings sent out some ordinary Absolute Yin corpses to patrol the surroundings to prevent the beings of the Forbidden Grounds from discovering their purpose. 3 days later, the 2 formations were completed. Rise! Dandan shouted and activated the array formation. The 2 arrays lit up and condensed a ray of multicolored light, which flew towards the 2 balls of light on the mountain peak. The immortal domain didn't seem to have much effect on the attacks of the array formation. In an instant, the 2 rays of light approached the 2 balls of light. As if sensing the aura of the 2 rays of light, the 2 balls of light suddenly emitted a scorching radiance. Wang! Wang! Everyone could feel the 2 lumps of light vibrating violently. Immediately, a terrifying power exploded, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Retreat, retreat quickly. The inextinguishable battle intent left by the immortal is about to erupt. This area will be very dangerous. Retreat. Sung Qiong exclaimed and led the people of the quasi-saint tribe to retreat like a stream of light. Go! Lu Ming and the others also retreated quickly. The Absolute Yin corpses roared and retreated in the end. What's going on? In another direction, the 3 races of the Forbidden Grounds were also alarmed. What a terrifying aura! It's from the immortal molting. Look, there are 2 figures. Gaishak and the others exclaimed. They could see that the two balls of light on the mountain peak were shining brightly. Then, a figure appeared above the two balls of light. Each figure was over 100,000 feet tall. One of them looked to be in his 30s. He was tall and straight, wearing a purple robe and a purple golden crown on his head. The other figure was wearing a pitch-black armor and had a wide mouth full of fangs. His body was shrouded in dense black chi. The aura emitted by the two figures was boundlessly terrifying. It was like a brilliant heavenly might, supreme and eternal. Immortal, it's immortal. No, it's their inextinguishable battle intent. They're going to fight. Let's go. Gaishak, Yuan Wuji, and the others roared in shock and retreated frantically. Immortal. Lu Ming and the others also saw the two figures. They were shocked and retreated even faster. Boom! The two figures made their move and exchanged a blow on the mountain peak. At this moment it was as if the universe had collapsed. Heaven and earth shook violently. An earth-shattering force swept out in all directions. Countless cracks appeared in the void. The ground continued to tremble. Cracks began to appear all over the ground like a spider web. Fortunately, Lu Ming and the others retreated in time and were not affected by this force. They retreated all the way to the edge of the ancient city and stopped near the city wall. If something went wrong here, they could quickly escape from the ancient city. Boom! Boom! In the distance, two gigantic figures were constantly exchanging blows, causing the heavens and earth to shatter. Is this the strength of immortal? It's just two inextinguishable imprints. How can it be so terrifying? Lu Ming was extremely shocked. Inside was the purple heaven paradise and the purple heaven immortal kingdom. Whether it was the space or the earth, they were extremely stable. It was far from comparable to the universe. Even so, they were still fighting fiercely. If they were to fight in the universe, who knew what kind of disaster it would cause? This was only the remnant battle intent of the two. If it was the real immortal, who knew how strong it would be? The difference between origin and immortal is too great. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. It was not that he had never seen origin in action. The four masters of the heavenly palace were said to be at the peak of origin. However, their battle strength was still worlds apart from these two immortal imprints. Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent explosion. In the immortal domain, the huge mountain peak exploded. Violent energy surged up from the ground. On the ground, huge cracks continuously extended in all directions. Violent forces swept out in all directions, and lava raged. It was a doomsday scene. Originally, the purple heaven paradise was on the verge of collapse. Huge cracks had already appeared on the island outside the ancient city. The island was about to be torn apart. At this moment, the collapse was even more severe. The ground kept rumbling and the cracks were getting bigger and bigger. Crack! There were cracks on the walls of the ancient city behind Lu Ming and the rest. The purple heaven paradise is about to collapse. I'm afraid it can't hold on for much longer. Firmament said with a gloomy face. Little Qing, Autumn Moon, Yue. If the situation is not right, you guys leave first. Leave the purple heaven paradise first. Lu Ming transmitted to Xianyanqing, Autumn Moon, Ling Yue, Dandan, Bubbles, and the others. Chapter 49-45. No one knew what would happen if the purple heaven grotto heaven was completely destroyed, so they had to be prepared. If we leave together. If we stay together. Xianyanqing looked at Lu Ming firmly. The same went for Qiu Moon and the others. Lu Ming nodded silently. Boom! The battle between the two immortal inextinguishable fighting intents was getting more and more intense. That area was already turned upside down. However, Lu Ming and the others also saw that the two figures were getting dimmer and dimmer. They were about to disappear. Everyone's eyes lit up. Sure enough, after countless years, even the immortal inextinguishable fighting intents were limited. They fought against each other and wore each other down. They wouldn't last long before they dissipated. As the two figures became dimmer and dimmer, their power became weaker and weaker. After a while, the two figures had become very faint, but they were still fighting and pouncing on each other. When the two figures collided with each other again, they suddenly collapsed and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the powerful pressure that permeated between heaven and earth also disappeared without a trace. The immortal domain disappeared. The eyes of Lu Ming and the others lit up. Charge! The Extreme Een Corpse Kings couldn't bear it anymore. The 4 Extreme Een Corpse Kings roared and led the Extreme Een Corpse army to charge forward. Let's go! Lu Ming and the others also followed. Young master. An elder of the Quasi-Saint tribe called out softly beside Tianxiong. Don't worry, let them fight first. I'll be more confident when I take action. Tianxiong whispered. In another direction, the experts of the 3 forbidden races also rushed frantically in the direction of the immortal molt. Although they were far away, they could still see the 2 balls of light suspended in the air. On the contrary, the 2 balls of light no longer emitted any terrifying aura. In other words, the immortal molt could be taken away now. The speed of all parties was very fast. It didn't take long for them to get close. That is, when they saw the true appearance of the 2 balls of light, everyone was shocked. In the purple ball of light was a finger. One of his fingers was purple, as if it was carved out of purple jade. Fresh blood could even be seen at the base of his finger. It was incomparably red, as if fresh blood had just flowed out. In the other black ball of light, there was a bone. From the looks of it, it was a vertebra. The molting of an immortal. This was the molting of an immortal. It was obvious that the finger belonged to the immortal from Purple Heaven Grotto, and the vertebra belonged to the immortal from the Ju Een tribe. The Extreme Een corpses stared at the spine with burning gazes. If they could obtain this spine and absorb the energy on it to cultivate, they would undergo earth-shaking changes. They would become true members of the Extreme Een tribe. Their cultivation and strength would also skyrocket. This was too attractive for them. The 4 Extreme Een Corpse Kings were the fastest. They were like 4 bolts of lightning as they charged towards the spine. Scram! A cold shout rang out, and an ear-piercing sound rang out. Beams of light shot towards the 4 Extreme Een Corpse Kings. It was Yuan Wuji and Yuan Liuji. Not only him, but Gai Shak and the Lord of the Underworld, as well as Prince Kanglo and Prince Tsangqing, had also arrived. They seemed to have their eyes on the molting of the immortal from the Ju Een tribe and charged over together. Kill! Roar! The 4 Extreme Een Corpse Kings were enraged. Black chi surged from their bodies as they slashed at Yuan Wuji and the others with their ancient divine weapons. The 2 sides clashed fiercely. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure charged towards the immortal's molting of the Ju Een tribe with excitement in his eyes. It was the Lord of the Underworld. The immortal's molting of the Ju Een tribe is mine. The Lord of the Underworld was excited. He reached out his hand and grabbed towards the vertebra. However, a cold river rushed over from the side and hit the Lord of the Underworld's palm, forcing him back a few steps. Prince Kanglo! The Lord of the Underworld shouted angrily. Prince Kanglo did not say anything and charged towards the immortal's molting of the Ju Een tribe alone. Don't even think about it. The Lord of the Underworld shouted and charged towards Prince Kanglo. Although the 3 tribes of the Forbidden Area had cooperated, it was only temporary. It was to deal with Lu Ming. In essence, they were also enemies. They competed with each other and each had their own selfish motives. They all wanted to get the immortal's molting of the Ju Een tribe, so they naturally would not give in to each other. Lu Ming, come and help us. Dao Ju shouted, wanting to ask Lu Ming and the others to help. They had cooperated before, and Lu Ming had promised to help them get the immortal's molting of the Ju Een tribe. However, Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng had no time to help them now. Because they had their eyes on the immortal's molting of the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven. The invincible divine masters and the Ju Een Corpse King of the 3 tribes of the Forbidden Area were all fighting for the immortal's molting of the Ju Een tribe. No one cared about the immortals molting of the purple heaven grotto heaven for now. Now, in the eyes of the three tribes of the Forbidden Area and the Ju-een Corpse King, the immortals molting of the Ju-een tribe was more suitable for them. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they did not take it now, when would they? After we get this immortals molting, we will help you. Lu Ming's voice sounded in the ears of the four Ju-een Corpse Kings. Anyway, it would not take much time. It would not be too late to help the four Ju-een Corpse Kings after they got the immortals molting of the Purple Heaven Grotto. Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng were extremely fast and quickly approached the immortals molting. However, there was a figure who was even faster. With a flash of demonic qi, the figure quickly approached the immortals molting. It was Zi Xian. Zi Xian had been hiding nearby. She also saw that no one was fighting for the immortals molting of the Purple Heaven Grotto, so she attacked without hesitation. The demonic qi formed a huge hand and grabbed at the immortals molting. Should I attack? At this moment, a thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Previously, he and Zi Xian could be considered friends after all. At this moment, he could not help but hesitate. Clang! At this moment, the sound of a sword rang out. A terrifying sword light broke through the void and slashed at Zi Xian, aiming for her forehead. If Zi Xian continued to take the immortals molting, she would definitely be hit by the sword. She had no choice. Her demon wings shone and slashed out like a divine knife, blocking the sword light. However, her body was also blocked. Whoosh! A figure charged at the immortals molting at an astonishing speed. Ye immortal! Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. The person who blocked Zi Xian was Ye immortal. Lu Ming attacked without hesitation. The divine warrior spear vibrated and the spear radiance expanded, stabbing at Ye immortal. With a loud clang, the spear and sword collided. There was a loud explosion and a strong force spread in all directions. At this moment, Gu Changfeng seized the opportunity and charged at the immortals molting. However, he was blocked by Zi Xian. Zi Xian, you forced me to attack. Gu Changfeng shouted. He no longer had any scruples and his forbidden power exploded. His combat strength exploded like a tide. However, Zi Xian's combat strength was incomparably strong. Her demon wings were ever-changing and could be used to attack and defend. Her combat strength was not inferior to Gu Changfeng's. Even if Gu Changfeng used Genesis techniques, he could not do anything to Zi Xian. The two of them exchanged more than 10 blows, but the outcome was still undecided. Chapter 49-46. Gu Changfeng and Zi Xian were fighting. Lu Ming and Ye Immortal were also fighting. There was also a chaotic battle near the immortals molting in Purple Heaven Grotto. However, the four of them were fighting in pairs, so it was not that intense. It was not easy to determine the winner. However, it was really intense near the immortals molting of the Ju-een tribe. The 6 invincible divine masters of the 3 tribes and the 4 Ju-een Corpse Kings were fighting fiercely. Everyone wanted to get the immortals molting of the Ju-een tribe. However, anyone who got close to the immortals molting of the Ju-een tribe would be surrounded and attacked. Many of them were already bleeding and severely injured. Roar! Suddenly, there was a roar. A burly figure found an opening and rushed toward the immortals molting of the Ju-een tribe. It was Fist Ju of the 4 Ju-een Corpse Kings. Die! Don't even think about it. Gaishak, Yuan Wuji, and the others, who were fighting in a chaotic battle, shouted angrily. They aimed their attacks at Fist Ju and attacked him. Sword Ju, take the immortals molting of the Ju-een tribe and leave. This time, Fist Ju did not dodge. Instead, he roared and blocked with all his strength. He wore a set of black and rusty gloves on his fists. Black qi surged from his body and shot out wildly from his fists. However, he was alone. How could he block the combined attacks of the 6 peerless elites of the 3 tribes? His fists were instantly blasted apart. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 beams of deity light, one red and one black, pierced through the black chi on Fist Ju's body. They cut open the ancient armor on Fist Ju's body, leaving 2 hideous wounds. However, Fist Ju roared and did not retreat. He continued to attack with his fists. His goal was to block the elites of the 3 tribes in the forbidden area and buy time for Sword Ju. Roar! Sword Ju roared. He seemed to be very angry. However, he did not stop. He turned into a beam of sword light and rushed toward the immortals molting of the Ju-in tribe. Get lost. Kill him. Seeing sword extinction closing in on the immortal molt, Gaishak and the others grew anxious. They raised their battle prowess to the maximum and unleashed their terrifying killer moves. However, Prince Kangluo and Prince Tsunqing's attacks were blocked by the 2 corpse kings, Saber Extinction and Halberd Extinction. However, in the end, they could only block the attacks of 2 people. They were powerless against the attacks of the other 4 peerless experts. Boom 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 boom. This time, the attacks of the 4 experts were even more ferocious. They directly shattered Fist Ju's fist energy and bombarded his body. Fist Ju was already severely injured. How could he withstand the all-out attack of the 4 experts? His body was instantly torn into 5 or 6 pieces. Even so, Quan Ju was still not dead. Black energy filled the air as the broken pieces of his body wanted to gather back together. However, Gaishak waved the black banner and 9 evil spirits appeared and swallowed Quan Ju's body. As a result, Quan Ju had completely fallen. However, after being blocked by the fist extinction, the sword extinction finally rushed to the side of the immortal molt. He grabbed the immortal molt in his hand. There was nothing out of the ordinary, nor was there any danger. After grabbing the immortal molt, the sword extinction quickly rushed into the distance. Chase after him. Don't even think about escaping. Gaishak, Yuan Wuji, and the others roared and chased after the sword extinction. However, the sword extinction's speed was extremely fast. He was like a sword light and wasn't any weaker than Gaishak, Yuan Wuji, and the others who were known for their speed. One chased while the other fled. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the sword extinction. Sky Dome. Yes, this figure was actually Sky Dome. Previously, he had been observing from afar and watching from afar. That was why he was able to make the first move and stop the sword extinction before he could. Lu Ming was fighting with Yi Immortal, but he also saw this scene from the corner of his eyes. What is Sky Dome trying to do? Is he trying to snatch the immortal molt from the sword extinction? That's impossible. The sword extinction can severely injure or even kill him in one move. Lu Ming was puzzled. Not only him, but the others also felt the same. Although Sky Dome was very talented and could be considered peerless in the universe, his cultivation was only at the 9th level Divine Master realm. His combat strength was only comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven. The strongest Lord of Heaven wanted to compete with the immortal molt, a peerless corpse king like the sword extinction. It was undoubtedly an act of suicide. The sword extinction recognized Sky Dome and knew that he was on the same side as Lu Ming. He didn't make a move immediately. Instead, he roared, "Get lost, or die. Hand the immortal molt to me, or you'll be the one who dies." Sky Dome said coldly. "You're courting death." The sword extinction shouted coldly and didn't show any mercy. He slashed out with the ancient sword in his hand and a terrifying dark sword light slashed at Sky Dome. This sword was enough to severely injure a Guangqian imperial envoy. At this moment, the mark between Sky Dome's eyebrows lit up and burned like a flame. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. With Sky Dome as the center, the void exploded into chaos at a speed visible to the naked eye. Next, Sky Dome pointed a finger at the sword light slashed out by the sword extinction. With a bang, the sword light slashed out by the sword extinction was directly dispersed. Then, Sky Dome's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared in front of the sword extinction with less than 2 meters between them. The sword extinction was shocked. Sky Dome's speed was unbelievably fast. He didn't hesitate to use all his strength and slashed out with his sword. This sword was several times stronger than the previous one. It was comparable to Ye Immortal's Genesis technique. Destroy! Sky Dome roared, and the aura emitted from his body became even more terrifying. At this moment it was as if a peerless expert had awakened in his body and erupted with earth-shattering power. Sky Dome's body was enveloped in a layer of blazing light. His finger was like a divine sword. No, it was even sharper than a source-grade divine weapon. With a point of his finger, a scorching and sharp sword light burst out from his finger. Clang! Sky Dome's finger touched the pitch-black ancient sword of the Sword Extinction. The ancient sword vibrated continuously, and the Sword Extinction's burly figure was forced to take a few steps back. The ancient sword in his hand almost flew out of his hand. Die! The next moment, Sky Dome's 5 sword-like fingers reached out and grabbed the Sword Extinction's head. Roar! The Sword Extinction roared and frantically resisted. The ancient sword slashed out and slashed at Sky Dome's body. But a shocking scene occurred. The layer of blazing light on Sky Dome's body blocked the sword. Sky Dome himself was unharmed. His claws suddenly reached out and pierced the Sword Extinction's head like 5 sharp swords. With a puff, the Sword Extinction's head exploded and he died. The immortal molt in the Sword Extinction's hand also fell into Sky Dome's hands. Everyone's hearts shook violently as they revealed looks of disbelief. The Sword Extinction was a peerless corpse king, an existence at the level of an invincible divine master. His vitality was shockingly strong, but he was killed just like that. It was unbelievable that he was killed by a 9th-level divine master. Although Gaishak and the others had killed the Fist Extinction earlier, the 4 of them had joined forces and it had taken them a lot of effort. But the Sword Extinction seemed to be unable to fight back in Sky Dome's hands. Chapter 49-47. The aura of an immortal, that's the aura of an immortal, Lu Ming roared in his heart as he kept repeating that sentence. The aura emitted from Tsang Qiong was too similar to the inextinguishable battle spirit left by the 2 immortals. It was also as brilliant as the heavenly might, high and mighty as if it had transcended everything. That was the aura unique to immortals. Tsang Qiong had something related to immortals. Lu Ming couldn't help but recall that Tsang Qiong had mentioned that an old ancestor of the Quasi-Saint tribe was a true immortal. It's the immortal mark. Do you want to die? How dare you use the immortal mark when you're only a 9th-level divine master, Yuan Wuji roared. As the peerless elites of the Forbidden Lands, they naturally had great eyesight and were knowledgeable. They immediately saw that Tsang Qiong was using the immortal mark. The immortal mark couldn't be used casually. The user's bloodline had to be extremely similar to that immortal's and had to be approved by that immortal to be able to use it. Once it was used, it was very dangerous as it required one to burn one's life origin and essence. Given Tsang Qiong's cultivation, he would be half crippled and his cultivation level would drop. In serious cases, he would die. Don't let him go. Attack! Gaishak roared at the same time as he waved the black banner. 9 evil spirits rushed towards Tsang Qiong. At the same time, Infernal Spirit Lord, Yuan Wuji, and Yuan Liuji also reacted and attacked together. 4 terrifying attacks shot towards Tsang Qiong. Previously, the 4 of them had joined forces to severely injure Fist Extinction. Humph! Tsang Qiong snorted and slashed out 4 times in a row. 4 scorching sword lights burst out and blocked the attacks of Gaishak, Infernal Spirit Lord, Yuan Wuji, and Yuan Liuji. Gaishak and the other 3 were shocked. However, Prince Kanglo and Prince Tsangqing, as well as the 2 extreme Yin Corpse Kings, Blade Extinction and Halberd Extinction, also rushed over. The 4 of them were originally fighting, but after seeing Tsang Qiong kill Sword Extinction and snatch the immortal molt, they stopped and rushed over. Let's kill him together. He can't last long after activating the immortal mark. 5th Origin shouted loudly. The scorching red immortal light was pushed to the extreme by him, and he charged toward the firmament. Firmament's expression changed indeterminately, and then he suddenly turned around and charged towards the back. Chase! The 8 peerless experts roared and chased after him. At that moment, the world was collapsing even more violently. Previously, there seemed to be two immortals' inextinguishable battle while suppressing the collapse of heaven and earth a little slower. Now that he had lost the suppression of immortals' inextinguishable fighting will, the world had turned upside down. Heaven and earth collapsed, producing a powerful destructive power that swept out in all directions. Everyone had to dodge the destructive power at all times, worried that they would be swept in. At this moment, the battle between Lu Ming, Gu Changfeng, Zi Xian, and Yi Immortal had reached its climax. The four of them had exchanged dozens of blows, but there was no clear winner. However, just as Tsang Qiong escaped and the 8 experts chased after him, a figure rushed towards the remains of the immortal from the Purple Heaven Grotto at an astonishing speed. Tsangxian. No, Dark Knight rose. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. The figure rushing towards the remains of the immortal was Dark Knight Rose. However, she was still in the appearance of Princess Tsang Xian of the Tsangming race. Absolute demonic wall. Zi Xian yelled. A pair of demonic wings glowed, and 2 demonic walls appeared. One side blocked Gu Changfeng's attack, while the other side appeared in front of Dark Knight Rose. Dark Knight Rose slapped out, and a black hole appeared in her palm. A terrifying devouring power burst out and hit the absolute demonic wall. Peak Divine Master. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He could sense that Dark Knight Rose's cultivation had reached the peak Divine Master level as soon as she attacked. After all, Dark Knight Rose was only a 9th level Divine Master the last time they met. It had only been a month, but Dark Knight Rose's cultivation had already broken through. Even if Dark Knight Rose had obtained the Origin God Tea tree and the Origin God Tea leaves, she couldn't have broken through so quickly. Perhaps it has something to do with Dark Knight Rose's original body. After all, they're both plant-type lifeforms, so they can absorb the Origin God Tea faster? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Dark Knight Rose slammed her palm on the absolute demon wall and blasted it apart. However, her body was also blocked by the wall. Lu Ming, you promised to help me once. It's time for you to fulfill your promise and stop them for me. Dark Knight Rose's voice rang out in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming's face sank slightly. Dark Knight Rose wanted him to help her once. Was it for this moment? Had Dark Knight Rose planned so far ahead to fight for the Immortal's mold? To be honest, Lu Ming didn't want to agree. However, Dark Knight Rose had helped him before, which was equivalent to saving his life. Moreover, he had sworn on his life origin. Before he reached the Origin realm, he wouldn't be able to resist the backlash from his life origin. He had no choice. Buzz. Lu Ming waved his war god spear and stopped Zi Xian, who was about to charge at Dark Knight Rose. Then, he slammed his palm forward and a piece of land was formed. It pressed down on Yi Immortal and stopped Yi Immortal. Senior Gu, please, Lu Ming's voice rang out in Gu Changfeng's ears. He had promised Dark Knight Rose that he would help her, but Gu Changfeng had not promised to help her. Lu Ming, you cheated. Dark Knight Rose said to Lu Ming telepathically. I've already done my best to stop the two of them. I didn't break my promise. Lu Ming replied. He wasn't lying. He had already done his best to stop Yi Immortal and Zi Xian. He hadn't broken his promise. Humph. Dark Knight Rose snorted coldly. She pressed her hands forward and a huge rose suddenly appeared in front of Gu Changfeng. The huge rose bit at Gu Changfeng like a huge mouth. A terrifying devouring power erupted from the center of the flower like a black hole. Bright Moon Wind Fist. Gu Changfeng used an origin technique and punched out. The space exploded and a destructive force surged out. However, a part of the force was devoured by the rose. The remaining force didn't manage to destroy the rose. Dark Knight Rose seized the opportunity and appeared in front of the Heaven Immortal slough in a flash. She grabbed the slough of the Heaven Immortal. Everyone, I'll take the Heaven Immortal's slough. Dark Knight Rose smiled. Her body split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. 8 identical silhouettes rushed in 8 different directions at an astonishing speed. At this moment, Lu Ming did not continue to stop Zi Xian. Zi Xian quickly chased after the dark night rose, but after a while, Zi Xian stopped. Because she didn't know which one to chase. Then, Zi Xian gave Lu Ming a complicated look. She flapped her demon wings and flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared. I've worked for nothing, Lu Ming sighed in his heart. He didn't get any of the heaven immortals slew. Chapter 49-48. In the end, Lu Ming did not get a single piece of the immortal's molted skin. Have I run out of luck? Lu Ming muttered to himself. However, Lu Ming did not mind. If he did not get it, then so be it. There was no need to force it. He had already gained a lot from this trip to Purple Heaven Grotto. Other things aside, he had comprehended the 3000th ancient secret skill and broken through to the 9th tier Divine Master realm. His combat strength had increased by a few levels and he had reached the level of an invincible Divine Master. This was more practical than any treasure. Moreover, they had emptied 2 meridians and obtained at least 20 billion immortal stones, many immortal crystals, and various levels of divine medicine. However, they had obtained 3 stalks of top-notch divine medicine. Most importantly, he had obtained more than a dozen divine origin tea leaves. With some time, his cultivation level would reach the peak of the Divine Master realm. The same went for Xian Yanqing and the others. These were all huge gains, and they could be quickly converted into their strength. Although the immortal's molted skin was extremely precious, Lu Ming did not know how to use it even if he got it now. The immortal's molted skin was the essence of the immortal body. It contained endless energy and was not something they could refine at the moment. Even if they got it, they could only leave it. They could see if they could use it. Therefore, he was not too disappointed. Moreover, there was something more important to do now. That was to kill Yi Immortal. This was a rare opportunity. Yi Immortal was alone and had no other helpers. After seeing that the Immortal's molted skin had been taken away by the Dark Night Rose, Yi Immortal knew that he could not succeed. He quickly fled in another direction. However, Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng had their eyes on him for a long time. Stay here. Gu Changfeng yelled and threw out a punch. The terrifying fist force surged toward Yi Wuchen like a tidal wave. Faced with such a terrifying fist energy, Yi Immortal did not dare to be careless even though he was protected by a top-notch origin-grade armor. He swung his sword to block the attack. Chaos style. Lu Ming followed up with a palm strike. A huge continent formed and came crashing down on Yi Immortal. Sword of the Celestial, Death of the Moon, Destruction of the Sun. In the face of Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng's combined attacks, Yi Immortal felt an immense sense of danger. He pushed his battle prowess to the limit and slashed out with his top-notch source-grade divine weapon. He actually used 2 Genesis techniques in an instant. A great sun and a waning moon appeared in the sky at the same time. Boundless light filled the sky. Countless streams of sword chi pierced through the land mass and the fist force, fending off the attacks of the two. As for Yi Wuchang, he seized the opportunity and retreated rapidly like a ray of light. But at this moment, a huge halberd came crashing down on Yi Immortal's head. Yi Immortal's pupils shrank. Not daring to be careless, he hurriedly raised his sword to block the attack. With a loud clang, Yi Immortal's body trembled and he retreated. His face darkened. The person blocking him was a huge figure wearing a sinister-looking black armor. It was Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, Dandan, and the others who had set up the joint attack formation. With all 12 of them in place, it was a perfect joint attack formation. Swoosh! Lu Ming used the sky splitter form and turned into a dazzling spear light that pierced towards Yi Immortal. At the same time, Gu Changfeng destroyed the waning moon and the great sun. His fist energy continued to crush Yi Immortal. Yi Immortal had nowhere to run. He tried his best to dodge, but it was impossible for him to dodge all 3 attacks at the same level as him. Bam! Lu Ming's spear of Ares hit Yi Immortal's chest. Yi Immortal's body flew out and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. Even though he was protected by a top-notch source-level armor, it was impossible for him to completely negate Lu Ming's attack. The terrifying power still penetrated the armor and hurt him. Lu Ming's attack landed. Gu Changfeng and the 12 of them followed up with a killer move each. Boom! Boom! The 2 killer moves hit Yi Immortal accurately. Bam! Yi Immortal's body smashed into the ground like a meteorite. Actually, the ground could no longer be called the ground. This was because the earth had completely collapsed, turning into pieces of earth fragments. Yi Wuxiu smashed into a piece of earth fragment, directly smashing this piece of earth fragment into even smaller fragments. Yi Immortal was severely injured after being hit by 3 consecutive attacks. Kill! Lu Ming and the others shouted as they continued to attack Yi Immortal. They wanted to eliminate Yi Immortal. Yi Immortal was the backbone of the heavenly human tribe. He was extremely scheming and Yi Qiuxian was no match for him. Although Yi Qiuxian was talented, he was much more inexperienced compared to Yi Immortal. As long as Yi Immortal was killed, the heavenly human tribe would no longer be a threat. Yi Immortal's gaze was cold. Even at this critical moment, he did not give up. He would not give up until the very last moment. He mustered all the energy in his body and spread out his spiritual senses, looking for an opportunity to escape. Rumble. Boom. Boom. At this moment, shocking rumbles and explosions could be heard. Waves of terrifying destructive power swept out in all directions and wreaked havoc in the void. Space was torn apart and the ground was completely destroyed. Countless boulders and fragments of the ground flew out in all directions like popcorn. At this moment, the entire Purple Heaven Hollow was in an uproar. Lu Ming could clearly see that many extreme Yin corpses were swept up by the destructive power. Their bodies were torn apart and turned into ashes. Even Lu Ming and the others had to circulate their energy to block the destructive power. Ordinary divine masters would not be able to block the destructive power and would be torn apart. However, their bodies were also blocked by the devastating destructive power. Yi Immortal would not let go of such an opportunity. He turned into a beam of sword light and shot out into the distance. His speed was even faster than when he was at his peak. He was burning his potential without caring about his injuries. At this moment, he could not care less about his injuries. He knew that this was an excellent opportunity. If he missed it, he would be stuck here forever. After him. Lu Ming shouted. The war god's spear buzzed and vibrated violently. A powerful force burst out and broke the surrounding rocks and destructive power. He quickly chased after Yi Immortal. Unfortunately, he was still one step too late. Yi Immortal had already broken out of their encirclement and was charging forward crazily. He did not care about the destructive power of the Heaven Hollow and Earth Hollow. His speed was increased to the highest level in history. The distance between him and Lu Ming was widening. Moreover, the Heaven Hollow and Earth Hollow were crumbling. There were rocks and hazy seawater everywhere. There was also dust, which severely affected one's vision. After chasing for a while, Lu Ming jumped over a few huge fragments of the ground and lost track of Yi Immortal. What a pity, Lu Ming sighed in his heart. If Lu Ming could not catch up, Gu Changfeng, Xian Yanqing, and Dandan would not be able to catch up with him. Chapter 49-49. Lu Ming stopped. After a few breaths, Gu Changfeng and Xian Yanqing arrived with their combined attack. Yi Immortal has escaped. Lu Ming said. The black-armored warrior dissipated with a bang. The combined attack was removed, revealing Xian Yanqing, Qiu Yu, and the other 2. They activated their powers to block the destructive power. With their current cultivation, they had no problem blocking the destructive power. Yi Immortal is not meant to die. It's just in time for the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven to collapse. Dandan said unhappily. If the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven had collapsed a little later, they would have had the confidence to kill Yi Immortal. Forget about Yi Immortal. Let's get out of here first. The Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven is in chaos. Lu Ming said. Now, the Purple Heaven Cave had completely collapsed. It was a true collapse. The sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The laws and profound meanings were in chaos. Bubbles even felt that time and space were in chaos. She could no longer tell the direction. "Senior Lion, enter my ancient desolation ring," Lu Ming said. To be safe, Lu Ming opened the ancient desolation ring. He planned to let everyone enter the ancient desolation ring while he and Gu Changfeng stayed outside to break out. No one knew what would happen if the sky fell and the earth cracked. "No, I want to stay outside. I think there's something good to eat," Qiuqiu said and looked around. "I want to stay outside too. I can help you." Bubbles also called out. In the end, Lu Ming left Bubbles and Qiuqiu behind. The others entered the ancient desolation ring. Then, the four of them chose a direction and rushed out with Gu Changfeng. Boom! 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 It was like the beginning of the universe. Lu Ming knew that it would not be long before Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven completely disappeared from the universe. "Something good to eat," Qiuqiu suddenly cried out and stared in a certain direction. Lu Ming looked over and saw a piece of purple gold metal embedded in a huge rock. It was as big as a water tank. "This is the Purple Moon Divine Gold, an excellent material for refining source-level divine weapons." Lu Ming's eyes lit up. "Leave it to me." The power of time and space erupted. The space around the piece of Purple Moon Divine Gold suddenly distorted. Then, the piece of Purple Moon Divine Gold automatically separated from the rock and flew toward Lu Ming and the rest. "Qiuqiu, you've eaten enough during this period of time. I'll keep this Purple Moon Divine Gold for now and give it to you in the future," Lu Ming said. With a wave of his hand, he put away the Purple Moon Divine Gold. "You guys, there's one over there too. There are a few pieces there." As they flew, Qiuqiu constantly discovered all kinds of different metals. Furthermore, they were all of extremely high grades. At the very least, they could be used to refine origin-grade divine weapons. Because those metals that could only be used to refine master-grade divine weapons, or even lower grades, couldn't catch Qiuqiu's attention at all. Obviously, these top-grade metals were buried deep under the ground before. Without careful investigation, they couldn't find them at all. Now that the ground had completely collapsed, these top-grade metals were also exposed. Sometimes, they could even get some immortal stones and immortal crystals. Immortal stones and immortal crystals weren't the only things that could be found in Chi Meridians. In places like Purple Heaven, there were also immortal stones and immortal crystals and immortal stones, but there weren't as many as Chi Meridians. Along the way, they kept gaining. They didn't know how long they had been flying, but suddenly, they saw a glimmer of light. "We're about to reach the edge. I can feel that the spacetime outside isn't chaotic." Bubbles cried out excitedly. "Let's go." Lu Ming and the others sped up and rushed forward. With a bang, they seemed to have rushed out of some kind of barrier and appeared in a calm place. "We're out. This is the universe ruins," Bubbles yelled. Everyone looked around and was sure that this should be the universe ruins. They had already left Purple Heaven. Because the void behind them was shaking and twisting like water waves. They didn't know how big the area was, but at a glance, there were such distorted voids everywhere. Obviously, the collapse of Purple Heaven had affected the space of the universe ruins. "Let's get out of here quickly, lest we encounter the experts of the three forbidden clans," Lu Ming said. Since they were out, the experts of the three forbidden clans were most likely fine. If they encountered them, it would be bad. In the universe ruins, they were much less restricted than in Purple Heaven. With a flash, they disappeared from where they were. When they reappeared, they were already hundreds of millions of miles away. They quickly flew toward the Heaven Destroyer's base. To be honest, they were a little worried about the other people in the Heaven Destroyer. Although Lion had told them to evacuate quickly and leave Purple Heaven if the situation wasn't right. Although the collapse of Purple Heaven wouldn't cause fatal damage to Lu Ming and the others, ordinary Almighty couldn't resist that kind of destructive power. If the people of the Heaven Destroyer were still there when Purple Heaven completely collapsed, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, When they came out just now, Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to a few acquaintances of the Heaven Destroyer, but found that the voice transmission Jade Talisman couldn't reach them at all. Those people had the strength of the top Lord of Heaven. Even if they were in Purple Heaven, they should be able to survive. There were 3 reasons why the voice transmission Jade Talisman couldn't reach them. First, they had already come out and returned to the Heaven Destroyer's base. The 2 sides were too far away, so the voice transmission couldn't reach them. Second, they had already died. Third, they were still in Purple Heaven. Lu Ming felt that the first reason should be more important. After all, Lion and Gu Changfeng had told them to evacuate early. They quickly flew toward the Heaven Destroyer, but after flying for a while, they stopped. Something's wrong. Something's wrong with this universe ruin, Lu Ming whispered and frowned. Indeed, something's wrong. I feel that the esoteric laws of heaven and earth are much stronger and more orderly than before, Bubbles also said. Let's find a fragment of the continent to take a look, Lu Ming said. After a while, Lu Ming and the others were a little stunned. They found a fragment of the continent, but this fragment was extremely huge, as if many fragments of the continent had been pieced together. Around this huge fragment of the continent, there were some small fragments of the continent that seemed to be slowly approaching this fragment of the continent. Although the speed wasn't fast, it was indeed approaching. The most important thing was that the environment on these fragments of the continent was too good. The vegetation was lush and full of vitality, and there were even all kinds of divine herbs growing on it. Although their levels weren't high, there were a lot of them. The main reason was that the desolation chi was too rich. Yes, the desolation chi on the fragment of the continent was shockingly rich. It was even better than the cultivation environment of the Heaven Destroyer's base. If they remembered correctly, these fragments of the continent used to be just ruins. Chapter 4950. These continent fragments were just ruins in the past. There was nothing on them. Because this place was not very far from Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven, they remembered it very clearly because they had passed by here the last time they came. What was going on? It had only been a few years. How could there be such a huge change here? Lu Ming released Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, Lion and the others from the Chaos Ring. They were also dumbfounded. It's only been a few years. How could there be such a huge change? Even if the ruins of the universe began to recover, it shouldn't have changed so quickly. Dandan said in disbelief. Could there be an error in time? In fact, more than a few years have passed, Bubbles suddenly said. The others were shocked. Bubbles, what do you mean? Lu Ming asked. When Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven collapsed, the time and space inside became very chaotic and there was no pattern at all. Maybe not long has passed inside. In fact, many years have passed in the ruins of the universe. Bubbles speculated. What? Everyone's heart trembled even more violently. Many years had passed. However, it was not impossible. Bubbles' attainments in spacetime were indeed beyond their reach. If it's true, how many years have passed? Lu Ming asked again. It's hard to say. It's hard to tell. Bubbles frowned. Obviously, she was stumped. Let's go to other places to take a look, Lu Ming said. They left again and continued to fly towards the Heaven Destroyer station. After flying for a while, they found another huge continent fragment. Like before, this continent fragment was also very large. It seemed to be formed by many continent fragments. There were many other continent fragments around it that were slowly approaching the largest continent fragment in the middle. The continent fragment was lush and full of vitality. The chaos chi was very strong. Could it be that Bubbles' speculation was true? Many years had really passed. Could it be that more than 10,000 years had passed? Then was the Great Tribulation of Origin already over? The Origin Tribulation is not over yet because I can still feel the pressure brought by the Origin Tribulation. However, it seems that the pressure is much smaller than before, Gu Changfeng said. I feel the same way too, Lion also said. It was difficult for ordinary Almighty to feel the changes brought by the origin tribulation, but it was different for Peak Almighty. Peak Almighty was extremely close to the origin realm. Although the origin tribulation was harmless to them, they could still feel the origin tribulation. Vaguely, he could feel an oppressive pressure between heaven and earth. The origin tribulation is not over 10,000 years, but the pressure is much lighter than before. It seems that a lot of time. Lu Ming speculated. Let's go back to the station. Lion said with a worried look on his face. If a long time had really passed, how was the encampment of the Heaven Exterminating Army? Could they have been attacked by the creatures of the Forbidden Lands or other forces? They were starting to feel anxious. They raised their speed to the limit, disregarding the loss of power. In a flash, they covered a distance of billions of miles. Along the way, they discovered that the continent fragments in the ruins of the universe were indeed converging. Small fragments of continents converged into large fragments of continents. Did the Eldritch continent reappear? After a while, they were not far from the Heaven Destroyer station. The news has been spread. Lion suddenly said, feeling a little excited. After many attempts, the news finally spread. They continued to fly, and soon, they saw a group of people flying towards them. They were the Heaven Destroyer's people. They were all at the Almighty level. Yi Ling, Mo Chang, Rong Gong, Lu Ming saw many familiar faces at a glance. They were all relieved, and the heavy burden in their hearts was finally lifted. Yi Ling, Mo Chang, Rong Gong, and the others had entered Purple Heaven Grotto together. Now that they were still alive, it meant that they had indeed left Purple Heaven Grotto ahead of time. Lu Ming and the others were happy, but they found that Yi Ling and the others were even happier. They're still alive. Ha ha ha, I knew it. They're still alive. How could anything happen to them? That's right, that's great. The Heaven Destroyers crowd kept cheering. There were at least hundreds of people who came to welcome Lu Ming and the others, and they were all at the Almighty level. The two groups of people quickly gathered together. Dream Void, what happened? Lion asked Almighty Dream Void impatiently. Almighty Dream Void was Autumn Moon's master in the Heavenly Palace. He later joined the Heaven Destroyer and was a top Lord of Heaven-level figure. When Lion and the others were not around, he was the upper echelon of the Heaven Destroyer. You've disappeared for 8,000 years, the moment Divine Lord Dream Void spoke, Lu Ming and the rest were taken aback. 8,000 years. Could it be that the short period of time they were in Purple Heaven Grotto meant that 8,000 years had passed in the outside world? Almighty Dream Void immediately gave a brief explanation. Back then, after Lion, Tang Jian, Rong Jin, Gu Changfeng, and the others left, they continued to explore the periphery of Purple Heaven Grotto. Seeing that Purple Heaven Grotto was collapsing more and more, they knew that it would be very dangerous to stay any longer. Hence, they left Purple Heaven Grotto on a flying boat and waited outside. Some ordinary Almighty from the Heavenly Human tribe and the Quasi-Sage tribe also left. Their combat strength was not top-notch. Later, they discovered that a large number of experts from the 3 tribes of the Forbidden Area were heading toward Purple Heaven Grotto. They did not dare to stay any longer and hurriedly left, returning to the Heaven Destroyer's base. However, they secretly sent people to keep an eye on Purple Heaven Grotto. However, this wait lasted for a total of 8,000 years. Apart from the ordinary Almighty from the various factions, none of the top-notch experts actually came out. Lu Ming and the others, as well as the top-notch experts from the Quasi-Sage tribe and the Heavenly Human tribe, such as Yi Immortal, Yi Qiuxian, Sang Qiong, and the others. It was the same for the 3 tribes of the Forbidden Area. Not only did the top-notch experts who went in earlier not come out, but even the top-notch experts who went in later did not come out. They thought that something had happened in Purple Heaven Grotto and that the people who stayed inside were all dead. They did not expect that after 8,000 years, Lu Ming and the others actually came out alive. So that was it. Lu Ming and the others understood that the situation was similar to what they had guessed before. In the beginning, time was synchronized. However, when Purple Heaven Grotto completely collapsed, it reversed time and space, causing an error in time between Purple Heaven Grotto and the primitive universe. The experts from the 3 tribes of the Forbidden Area who went in later, such as the more than 10 almighty mentioned by Tsang Qiong, were mostly rushing toward the Purple Heaven Immortal Kingdom. Halfway through, they encountered the collapse of Purple Heaven Grotto and were trapped inside. Just like Lu Ming and the others, they were trapped inside for so many years. Chapter 4951. 8,000 years, plus the previous 1,500 years, it's about 9,500 years. It's not far from the origin tribulation of 10,000 years. Lu Ming calculated silently and felt a little complicated. He originally thought that he would have enough time to slowly accumulate and prepare to break through to the origin realm. He didn't expect that after coming out of Purple Heaven Paradise, the end of the origin tribulation was not far away. He felt that time was tight again. 8,000 years have passed. No wonder the universe ruins have changed so much. Dandan and the others whispered. Previously, the universe ruins had already begun to recover. The cultivation environment was getting better and better. The desolation chi was getting denser and denser. Divine herbs were also appearing everywhere. Now that 8,000 years had passed, it was normal for the environment of the universe ruins to change so much. By the way, have the various forces attacked Heaven Destroyer in the past 8,000 years? Lion asked. No. Maybe the top experts of the various forces are not here, or maybe they are afraid of our origin realm experts. God Lord Dream Void said. Lu Ming nodded. This was normal. The top experts of the various forces were not here. Even if the other God Lords wanted to attack Heaven Destroyer's base, it would not be easy for them to break through the defensive array of Heaven Destroyer's base. Moreover, if they were really forced into a corner, the origin would awaken desperately. Who could stop those ordinary God Lords? They would all die. Therefore, when the top experts and leaders of the various forces did not come out of Purple Heaven Paradise, the universe ushered in a rare period of peace. The various forces were silently developing on their own. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Lion and the others quickly adjusted their mentality. For people at their level, 8,000 years wasn't a very long time. After all, many God Lords would go into seclusion for hundreds of millions of years or even a few stellar years. 8,000 years was really nothing. After chatting for a while, they returned to Heaven Destroyer's base. Heaven Destroyer's members cheered when they saw Lu Ming and the others return. Let's get ready. Since we have come out of the Purple Heaven Grotto, the masters of the other forces have most likely come out as well. After they come out, the peace of the universe will definitely be broken. Maybe they will attack our Heaven Destroyer again. In the main hall of the Heaven Destroyer, all of the higher-ups of the Heaven Destroyer were present. Lu Ming spoke slowly. This time in Purple Heaven Cave, Lu Ming learned a lot of information. The 3 races of the Forbidden Grounds, the Celestial race and the Demon race, were not races of this universe. They were all suppressed by this universe, especially those at reciprocity and above. In addition, the forbidden power he controlled was actually the power of the universe. As his cultivation base increased, the power of the universe would become stronger. The stronger the power of the universe, the stronger the suppression of the 3 races, the heavenly human tribe, and the demons would become. Therefore, the taboo physique in these powers were mortal enemies. He didn't know for now, but the 3 tribes of the Forbidden Area and the heavenly human tribe definitely wouldn't give up. This time, when the masters came out, they might attack them. They had to be careful. We have been strengthening the defensive array for the past 8,000 years, Dream Void said. It's not enough. It's far from enough. Lu Ming shook his head. Most of the arrays in the Heaven Exterminating Army's encampment were main-level arrays. At most, there were some broken origin-level arrays. They were enough to defend against an ordinary Divine Master, but they were difficult to defend against an invincible Divine Master. An invincible Divine Master was so powerful that ordinary Divine Masters couldn't compare to him at all. Moreover, there were the 3 races of the Forbidden Grounds now. In the past, the heavenly human tribe had a special method to break the defensive array of the Heaven Destroyer in a short time, let alone the 3 races of the Forbidden Grounds. Lu Ming waved his hand and a large number of scrolls flew out. There are some source-level arrays, some refining methods, and some alchemy methods in here. They are all from the last era. Take them and study them. Dandan, you study them too. Then try to set up the source-level arrays around the Heaven Destroyer. Lu Ming said. Of course, no problem. Leave it to me. Dandan's eyes lit up. He was very excited to study source-level arrays. However, to set up source-level arrays, you need to be in the origin realm. It's very difficult with my cultivation. I need some special materials, such as some special metals, or even the bones of origin realm experts, Dandan said. That's not a problem. You can ask Senior Lion. Senior Lion, I believe the Heaven Destroyer should have such materials in stock, right? Lu Ming looked at Lion. Now, everyone had a feeling that Lu Ming was the leader. Yes. After all, the Heaven Destroyer has been established for 60 years. We still have such materials in stock. Lion nodded. Also, this is a joint attack array. We need to choose suitable people to train. It can greatly increase our strength. Lu Ming waved his hand again and a large number of joint attack arrays appeared. Most of the treasures they had obtained in the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven were hidden in the Chaos Ring. So many, Lion, Tang Jian, Rong Jin, and the others knew about this, but Divine Lord Dream Void and the others did not. They stared at the large number of joint attack arrays and breathed heavily. Complete source-level arrays, artifact forging and pill refining methods from the last epoch, and so many joint attack arrays. Just how much had they gained from the trip to the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven? There were many things that they could not excavate from the ruins of the universe. They were things they could only dream of. Now, there was actually so much placed before them. Also, it's best to call back all the people scattered around the base or out adventuring to guard the base. I'm afraid that the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds will attack us before long. Lu Ming continued. Everyone nodded. After a little more discussion, they began to move out in groups. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Chiu Moon, and the others obviously went into seclusion to cultivate. Lion, Tang Jian, and the others would naturally take care of the other miscellaneous matters. The most important thing for them now was to break through in seclusion, especially Lu Ming. Breaking through to the peak Divine Lord level was a top priority. The 3 races of the Forbidden Grounds had too many experts. According to Tsang Qiong, apart from the previous 6 invincible Divine Lords, there were more than 10 invincible Divine Lords. This was a shocking number. Once they attacked together, the Heaven Destroyer would be in great danger and might even be destroyed. Time was of the essence. In a quiet courtyard, Lu Ming took out a teapot and began to brew original God tea. After drinking a cup of original God tea, Lu Ming closed his eyes and began to comprehend the origin. On a fragment of a continent far away from the Heaven Destroyer base, dozens of figures flashed and appeared out of nowhere. The one in the lead was Yi Wuxiu. Behind Yi Wuxiu, there were dozens of celestial race experts. Yi Qiuxian was among them. Poof! Yi Immortal's face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 4952. Old Ancestor, are you alright? Yi Qiuxian asked with concern. Yi Qiuxian's cultivation had also reached the peak of the almighty level. Yi Immortal had obtained 2 pieces of Source Spirit Tea and gave one to Yi Qiuxian so that he could break through to the peak of the almighty level. However, Yi Qiuxian didn't go to the Purple Heaven Immortal Kingdom. Instead, he led dozens of heavenly human experts to search for treasures outside the Purple Heaven Grotto. When the Purple Heaven Grotto was about to collapse, they didn't leave immediately. Instead, they went to the Purple Heaven Immortal Kingdom to find Yi Immortal. They found the severely injured Yi Immortal on the way and escaped from the Purple Heaven Grotto together. They had just come out and wanted to return to the Heavenly Palace, but Yi Immortal's injuries were too severe and they had to stop here. The Eldritch universe has changed a lot. The laws and profound are much more stable than before. Perhaps the collapse of the Purple Heaven Grotto has disrupted time. Many years have passed in the Eldritch universe. Ye Immortal murmured. He was an old monster who had lived for countless years and was very experienced. He could deduce many things with just a few clues. Many years have passed. Yi Qiuxian and the others were slightly shocked. However, the origin tribulation is still there. It should be within 10,000 years. This time, my injuries are very serious. I need to find a place to heal as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be repercussions. Go back to the heavenly palace and check on the situation, Ye Immortal ordered. Then, he entered the fragment and swallowed a divine pill to heal his injuries. Yi Qiuxian guarded him while the other heavenly human experts returned to the heavenly palace to check on the situation. More than 10 days later, a few heavenly human experts returned and reported the news. 8,000 years have passed, Ye Immortal murmured. His expression was unreadable. Old ancestor, who injured you? Is it a creature from the Forbidden Land? Yi Qiuxian asked. He had been holding this question in his heart for more than 10 days. It's Lu Ming, Ye Immortal said coldly. His eyes flashed with cold killing intent. What? Lu Ming again? Has he already broken through to the peak of the Divine Master Realm? Yi Qiuxian clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with jealousy. When Lu Ming had been a 9th-level Divine Master, he had been able to fight against the pinnacle Divine Master Yi Immortal. This also meant that when Lu Ming had been a 9th-level Divine Master, he had possessed the combat strength of an unrivaled Divine Master. Even though he was a peak Divine Master, he didn't have such combat prowess. His combat prowess was only comparable to Guangxian's emissary of the Primordial Light Clan. Back then, when he was in the Supreme Immortal City, Lu Ming was at most on par with him. But now, she had far surpassed him. Lu Ming hasn't broken through to the peak of the God Lord level, but this time, he's working with others to attack me. He alone won't be able to do anything to me. Ye Immortal said. He must be eliminated. Old ancestor, this Lu Ming must be eliminated. Otherwise, there will be another Tang Feng, Yi Qiuxian roared, his eyes turning red. Given his temperament, he shouldn't have reacted this way. But he had been suppressed by Lu Ming too much and felt too aggrieved. Yi Qiuxian's growth hadn't been smooth sailing. In the beginning, he wasn't famous in the heavenly human tribe and was even looked down upon. But he had been enduring and cultivating in secret. He had planned to achieve great success in his cultivation and shock the world with a single brilliant feat. Finally, he cultivated the perfect power of heaven and became the 3rd peerless genius in the history of the heavenly human tribe to have mastered the perfect power of heaven. Coincidentally, the Supreme Immortal City had appeared at this time. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to shock the world with a single brilliant feat, but in the Supreme Immortal City, he had lost to Lu Ming. He had been holding back his anger for so long. But before he could vent it, he had been suppressed. This was more unbearable than anything else. Later on, he had always wanted to surpass Lu Ming and suppress Lu Ming. But every time, the result was that he was suppressed by Lu Ming. Every time he was defeated, his mentality would explode at the mention of Lu Ming. Lu Ming must be eliminated. Yi Qiuxian said coldly. Yi Wuxiu said coldly, after I recover from my injuries, I will join forces with the 3 clans in the Forbidden Land to kill Lu Ming. Not only will Lu Ming be eliminated, but the Heaven Exterminating Army will be eliminated as well. This time, his injuries were very serious. He had been attacked by Lu Ming, Gu Changfeng, and the Joint Attack Array. Although he had managed to escape, he had been hit by the destructive force of the Purple Heaven's collapse. His injuries had worsened. It would take at least a few months for him to fully recover without any sequelae. He had gone through so much to reincarnate. If he wanted to reach new heights in this life, surpass his cultivation in his previous life, and even become an immortal, he had to walk steadily and not leave any sequelae. Moreover, it didn't matter if it happened a few months earlier or later. He had stayed in the Purple Heaven for 8,000 years. Lu Ming and the others must be the same as him. Moreover, he didn't know that Lu Ming and the others had obtained the original Divine Tea Leaves. Without the original Divine Tea Leaves, it would take a long time to reach the peak of the Divine Master Realm from the 9th tier Divine Master Realm. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. Yi Immortal continued to cultivate in seclusion. Yi Qiuxian and the others stood guard for him. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months had passed. Yi Wuchang's injuries were finally healed, without leaving behind any trace of aftereffects. You all return to the Heavenly Palace first. I will go to the Dark Pit Demon Mountain first, Yi Immortal ordered. Then he took a step forward and disappeared without a trace. The entire universe was now shrouded in Dark Yin Qi. It had become the Dark Yin tribe's territory. Outside the Dark Pit Demon Mountain, Yi Immortal saw Gaishak and the Lord of the Dark Pit. There were 3 other Dark Yin tribe experts with Gaishak and the Lord of the Dark Yin tribe. They looked very young, but the aura they exuded was extremely terrifying. They weren't any weaker than Gaishak and the Lord of the Dark Yin tribe. The 3 of them were invincible divine masters. They were the peerless geniuses of the Dark Yin tribe. These 3 were the ones who woke up later. They had entered the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven, wanting to help the Infernal Fiend King and the Spectre King. However, not long after they entered the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven, the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven was completely destroyed before they even reached the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven. They had only come out of the Purple Heaven Cave a few months ago. Yi Immortal, how dare you come to the Dark Pit Demon Mountain alone? You must be tired of living. Gaishak said coldly. His eyes flashed with cold killing intent as he stared at Yi Immortal. He wouldn't forget that Yi Immortal had once taken away a top-grade source-level divine herb from them. Yi Immortal's expression didn't change at all. He said, I'm here to return your divine herb. Moreover, killing me won't do you any good. After he finished speaking, Yi Immortal's hand glowed. A divine herb appeared. It was a top-grade source-level divine herb. The divine herb kept struggling, but it was bound by Yi Immortal's power. It couldn't break free at all. Return our divine herb? The 5 invincible god lords present were all taken aback. Yi Immortal took out a jade box and put the top-grade source-level divine herb into it. Then, he closed the jade box. There were layers of seals on the jade box. There was no need to worry that the divine herb would escape. Chapter 4953. After Gaishak took the jade box, he finally believed that Yi Immortal was really here to return the top-grade source-level divine herb. Speak. What are you here for? King Spectre's gaze shifted as he spoke. He didn't believe that Yi Immortal would come just to deliver the top-grade source-level divine herb. If Yi Immortal was so cowardly, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to snatch the top-grade source-level divine herb. He was a ruthless person. This was Gaishak's evaluation of Yi Immortal. There were only 2 people in the primitive universe that Gaishak had evaluated. The other person was Lu Ming. I want to work with you to kill Lu Ming and attack the Heaven Destroyer. Yi Immortal said. Kill Lu Ming? Attack the Heaven Destroyer? Gaishak's eyes flashed. It's easy to say, but don't forget that there are many reciprocity experts slumbering in the Heaven Destroyer's base. If our army attacks and the Heaven Destroyer faces the danger of being destroyed, will those reciprocity experts awaken? We don't need many. We won't be able to stop a few terrifying reciprocity experts if they awaken. The Infernal Fiend King continued. The calamity of reciprocity is still present. If the Heaven Destroyer's reciprocity experts awaken by force, they'll be courting death. The stronger they are, the greater the effects of the calamity of reciprocity will be. They'll die faster. Yi Immortal smiled faintly, as if he had everything under control. They'll be able to kill us before they die, the Infernal Fiend King continued coldly. That's easy to do. That's easy. I have 2 suggestions. First, we can make preparations to open a wormhole near the camp of the Heaven Exterminating Army in advance. Secondly, we can also join forces with the Primordial Light Tribe and the Blue Sea Tribe. Lu Ming has a taboo body and controls the power of the universe. He is our common enemy. I believe that the Primordial Light Tribe and the Blue Sea Tribe would be very willing to kill Lu Ming. The 4 of us can join forces and each side can bring some slumbering origin source. If the Heaven Destroyer awakens too many origins at once and is too powerful, we can also awaken our origins to fight against them. As far as I know, there are only 49 Heaven Destroyers' origins. If the 4 of us work together, even if there are losses, it won't be too great. We can even exhaust the Heaven Destroyer to death. If the Heaven Destroyer doesn't awaken much of its origin energy and isn't strong enough, we can stop it by ourselves. Even if we can't stop it, we can leave through the wormhole. You should know that once the origin energy is awakened, it's irreversible. Once it awakens, it will die in vain. We won't suffer any losses, so we can exhaust them to death. The Yi Immortal explained his plan in detail. The eyes of Gaishak and the others lit up. This plan was completely feasible. If the 4 of them worked together, each side could bring some origins to the Heaven Destroyer. Even if all 49 of the Heaven Destroyer's origins were awakened, they could also awaken 49 origins. Even if they perished together, each side would only lose a dozen or so origins if the 4 forces worked together. Given their strength, they could definitely bear it. At the very least, it would be worth it if they could kill Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng, 2 people with taboo bodies. This was called getting rid of all future troubles. Gaishak, the Lord of the Underworld, and the other 3 invincible divine masters discussed secretly and decided to agree with the Yi Immortal's proposal. In fact, when they first attacked from the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven, they also wanted to deal with the Heaven Destroyer and kill Lu Ming because they were afraid of the Heaven Destroyer's origins that were still asleep. However, they did not take the divine master's words seriously at all. No matter how strong Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng were, they were only 2 people. They were equivalent to 2 invincible divine masters. We have agreed, but the Yuanguang clan and the Tsangming clan may not agree. Gaishak said. They have no reason to disagree. Yi Immortal smiled confidently. As expected, when they went to the Yuanguang clan and the Tsangming clan, the 2 clans agreed without much consideration. The experts of the 3 forces gathered and charged toward the Heaven Destroyer's base once again. However, this time, their momentum was even greater than before. The 3 clans of the Forbidden Grounds had joined forces with the Heavenly Human Clan and the Heavenly Human Clan. They didn't send out a lot of people. However, they were all top experts. The 3 clans of the Forbidden Grounds and the Yi Immortal had a total of 16 invincible divine masters. In addition to the 16 of them, each force mobilized hundreds of people to drive the dozens of war chariots. The Origin Realm experts of the 4 forces were sleeping in these war chariots. The 16 invincible divine masters flew at the very front. I heard that your clan is called the Heavenly Human Clan and the force you founded is called the Heavenly Palace. A young man from the Yuanguang clan asked coldly as he looked at the Yi Immortal. This person was called Yuan Ciji. That's right. Yi Immortal said after a moment of thought. Hee, you dare to use heaven as your name? You truly don't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. If those existences were to find out, your entire race would instantly turn into ashes and disappear from this world without leaving a single trace behind. Yuan Ciji sneered. The others also looked at the Yi Immortal with half-smiles. Yi Wuxiu's face instantly turned as white as snow. He seemed to have thought of something. His eyes, which had always been calm, revealed an expression of extreme fear. It's just a name in this abandoned primitive universe. It shouldn't be a problem, right? Yi Wuchang revealed an ugly smile, but it was a forced smile. It's not a problem if those existences don't know. However, if they do, it's hard to say, Yuan Ciji smiled. The demi-human clan is the demi-human clan. How dare you call yourselves heavenly? I advise you to change it back as soon as possible. Now that the primitive universe has recovered, no one can predict what will happen in the future, Gaishak said. You mean those existences will descend upon the primitive universe? Yi Immortal said in fear. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? However, Heaven Destroyer will only die a worse death if they call themselves Heaven Destroyer. We'll be helping them by eliminating them in advance. Gaishak sneered. Yi Xiu fell silent and did not speak. He seemed to be thinking of many things and had a lot on his mind. Heaven Destroyer's base. During this time, Heaven Destroyer had gathered everyone in the surrounding area to guard the base. For the past few months, Dandan had been researching source-level formations with Heaven Destroyer's other formation masters day and night. However, source-level formations were too abstruse and difficult to understand. Even with Dandan's knowledge of formations, it was difficult for him to study them. Setting them up was out of the question. In the past 3 months, Dandan and the other formation masters had only managed to set up a corner of the base. They did not even cover 1% of Heaven Destroyer's base. Even with sufficient metal materials and origin bones, it was not enough. Their cultivation bases were still too weak. Dandan was only a 9th-tier divine master. He could not set it up himself. He could only let other peak divine master elites do it for him. However, it was extremely difficult for a peak divine master to set up a source-level formation. It took a lot of effort to inscribe each formation. In addition, they were unfamiliar with formations. They had to study and compare each formation pattern repeatedly. Naturally, their speed was slow. Chapter 49-54. Lu Ming was still cultivating, and he had already used up all the energy in one of the origin spirit tea leaves. The leaf was no longer emerald green and had become transparent. However, Lu Ming still hadn't broken through. His cultivation was still at the 9th layer of the Divine Master realm. Moreover, he had already used up the 2nd leaf for some time. Xiao Qing and Tang Jun have both broken through, and Autumn Moon is about to break through. The others only need 1 leaf of origin spirit tea. I've almost used up the 2nd leaf, but I still haven't broken through. Lu Ming was speechless. The origin energy in his origin source seed was much stronger than it was a few months ago, but he was still stuck at the 9th layer of the Divine Master realm. He had already guessed that he needed more resources to cultivate than others. As expected, 1 leaf of origin spirit tea was not enough. He even felt that 2 leaves of origin spirit tea were not enough. Suddenly, Lu Ming looked in one direction. There was a powerful aura coming from that direction. Autumn Moon has broken through. Lu Ming was delighted. Xianyinxing and Tang Jun had broken through first. The 2 of them were reincarnated and were at the origin realm in their previous lives. Naturally, they broke through faster than the others. Now that Autumn Moon had broken through, the others were probably not far away. I have to work harder. Although the creatures of the Forbidden Area and the heavenly human race haven't done anything in the past 3 months, it's still hard to predict the future. I keep feeling uneasy. Lu Ming took a deep breath to calm himself down. Then, he drank a pot of tea made from origin spirit tea leaves. He closed his eyes and began to comprehend. Dong, dong, dong. Not long after, there was a series of loud noises. It was the sound of war drums. Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. There was a solemn look in his eyes. The war drums are beating. After a few months, they're finally here. Lu Ming sighed. He released his spiritual sense and left the cave. It was as if a pair of eyes had condensed outside and looked at the void above. Dong, 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 the war drums continued to beat. Enemy attack. Prepare for battle. Formation, rise. Roars rang out one after another as countless figures dashed into the sky and stood there. Gu Changfeng, Lion, Tang Jian, Rong Jin, God Lord Meng Su, and even Tang Jun and Xianyinxing appeared one by one. The Yi Immortal and the 3 tribes of the Forbidden Lands have joined forces. Looking out into the void, Lion's expression changed drastically. The other people's faces were also extremely solemn. At this moment, countless runes appeared around the Heaven Destroyer's base and intertwined to form a huge formation that enveloped the Heaven Destroyer's base. Through the formation, several huge wormholes appeared about 100 million miles away from the encampment of the Sky Exterminating Army. Chariots rushed out of the wormhole one after another. In the end, more than 1,000 figures stood outside the wormhole. Although there weren't many people, they were a gathering of forces from all over the world. The Heavenly Human Tribe, the Primordial Light Tribe, the Baleful Een Tribe, and the Blue Sea Tribe. The 6 invincible Divine Lords and the Yi Immortal have all arrived. Gu Changfeng said. The expressions of the other members of the Heaven Destroyer changed drastically. In the past, they had thought that the Lord of Heaven was the most powerful person below the origin, but now they knew that there were several levels above the Lord of Heaven. The invincible divine lords were many times more powerful than the Lord of Heaven. This time, 7 invincible divine lords had come at once. How were they going to fight? Without the origin, they were no match for them. Don't be too happy. I've only seen and know these 7 people. There must be other invincible divine lords from the 3 tribes of the Forbidden Lands that I don't know. Gu Changfeng's words made everyone's hearts sink to the bottom. There were about 1,200 people from the 4 forces. They pulled dozens of chariots and stood side by side outside the wormhole. They were very close to the wormhole and could leave through it at any time if they wanted to. Swish, 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 some of them stepped forward and approached the base of the Heaven Destroyer. There were 16 of them. Yi Immortal was among them. The other 15 people were from the Yin Spirit race, the Yuan Guang race and the Tsangming race. Gaishak, Lord Pluto, Yuan Wuji, Yuan Liuji, Prince Kanglo and Prince Tsangqing were among them. Although they were 100 million miles away, the 15 of them were extremely fast. In a few flashes, they had crossed that distance and arrived near the base of the Heaven Destroyer. There was a terrifying energy coming out of the 16 of them. They were like 16 terrifying black holes floating outside the base of the Heaven Destroyer. 16 invincible divine lords. Gu Changfeng's eyes widened and he exclaimed. The others immediately felt a chill run up from the bottom of their feet to the top of their heads. 16 invincible divine lords. The 3 tribes of the Forbidden Lands had sent out so many terrifying overlords. They really did have so many terrifying overlords. 16 invincible divine lords. What did that mean? Back then, the 20 most powerful heavenly lords of the heavenly human race had attacked. Their power was already shocking enough. However, compared to this, it was like a small child in the presence of a great magician. The difference between a candle flame and the bright moon was like the difference between a candle flame and the moon. There was no comparison at all. What should we do? Oh no, do we have to let the origin wake up? Many people in the base of the Heaven Destroyer thought. Lu Ming saw all of this with his spirit will. The 3 tribes of the Forbidden Lands are indeed full of powerful cultivators. Each of them has sent out 5 invincible divine lords. The defense array of the Heaven Destroyer base will definitely not be able to stop them. I have to speed up, Lu Ming yelled in his mind as he put a determined look on his face. He took out another leaf of the Origin God tea and put it in the teapot, then started brewing. 2 leaves of the Origin God tea were brewed together. It was best to brew the Origin God tea 1 leaf at a time without any side effects, but no one knew what would happen if 2 leaves were brewed together. Because no one was that extravagant. However, Lu Ming didn't care about that anymore. He had to speed up. He quickly made a pot of tea and drank it all. Hiss, Lu Ming sucked in a breath of cold air immediately. There was a tearing pain in his head. The effect was too strong. Hold it. Lu Ming took a deep breath and endured the pain, then he started to comprehend the origin. Lu Ming's mind was extremely tough. Even though the pain in his head was getting more and more intense, it didn't affect his heart. After a while, he even looked a bit happy. The speed of comprehending the origin had indeed increased with the 2 leaves of the Origin God tea. This way, the time it would take for him to reach the peak of the Divine Lord level would be shortened. Outside the base of the Heaven Destroyer base, 16 terrifying figures stood side by side. Do you have any good ideas to break the array? Yi Immortal glanced at the other 15 people. Of course we have to let the Yin spirits break the array. Their Yin spirits array breaking beads are the best weapons to break the array. A young man from the Yuan Guang race chuckled. He was Yuan Siji. Yuan Siji seemed to be the leader of the 5 invincible divine lords of the Yuan Guang race. Not all 5 of them were brothers. Yuan Siji, Yuan Wuji, and Yuan Liuji were brothers. The other 2 were only 2 peerless geniuses of the Yuan Guang race, but their status wasn't as high as Yuan Siji and the others. Chapter 49-55. The 5 invincible divine lords of the malevolent race all looked smug. The arrays of the Heaven Destroyer are messy and messy. Most of them are master-level arrays. Some of them are incomplete source-level arrays. Although there are many of them, they aren't very powerful. It won't be difficult to break them. The king of evil ectoplasms analyzed calmly, with a confident look on his face. Then please make your move. We don't want any unforeseen circumstances. Ye Immortals said. Unforeseen circumstances? What unforeseen circumstances can there be? A pale-faced youth from the malevolent race sneered disdainfully. This person was called the Evil Spirit Lord. He looked down on Ye Immortal. The demi-human race had been enslaved by the human race, but now they were on equal footing. What a joke. Ye Immortal cursed in his heart, but his expression didn't change. Let's do it. Gaishak said. He waved his hand, and the storage bag at his waist glowed. A dozen black beads flew out. The storage items of the 3 races in the Forbidden Area were very similar to those in the primeval continent in the previous era. They didn't use storage rings, but storage bags. In fact, their functions were almost the same. On the side, the Nether Spirit Lord, the Evil Spirit Lord, and the other 3 also took out a dozen black beads from their storage bags. These black beads were the malevolent array breaking beads, a treasure unique to the malevolent race. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the 5 experts of the baleful tribe threw out the baleful formation breaking beads in their hands. A total of more than 60 baleful formation breaking beads flew in all directions of the sky exterminating troops' encampment and exploded one after another. Boundless baleful chi spread out and shrouded the entire heaven exterminating troops' encampment. The baleful chi collided with the defensive formation of the heaven exterminating troop. Sizzle sizzle sizzle, the malevolent chi in the malevolent array breaking beads was extremely corrosive. When it came into contact with the defensive array, it sizzled and started to corrode the defensive array. The encampment of the heaven exterminating troop was shrouded in darkness. The surrounding array was trembling non-stop. In just a few hours, the defensive array of the Heaven Destroyer base had become much weaker. Many of the formations even directly dissipated. Of course, the baleful chi outside had also been greatly depleted. Streaks of light penetrated the baleful chi and shone into the heaven exterminating troops' encampment. Everyone in the heaven exterminating troop looked pale. He, give me despair. Looking at the expressions of Heaven Destroyer's members, the evil spirit king laughed evilly. After a few more hours, the baleful energy outside the Heaven Destroyer's base was almost exhausted. However, the Heaven Destroyer's defensive formation had also dimmed a lot and was on the verge of collapse. Now, let's break it open. Gaishak said. He took out a black banner and waved it. 9 malevolent wraiths appeared and rushed toward the Heaven Destroyer station's spell formation. Clang! The Ye Immortal also made his move. He slashed out with his sword, and a shocking sword beam spanning hundreds of millions of miles slashed towards the Heaven Destroyer base. Swoosh! 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 The 5 elites of the Primordial Light clan pierced the Heaven Destroyer base with their light beams like sharp swords. The elites of the Malevolent tribe and Blue Sea tribe also made their moves. The power of the 16 invincible divine lords was too terrifying. When their attacks landed on the Heaven Destroyer's defensive formation, cracks immediately appeared on the Heaven Destroyer's defensive formation. Previously, the 10,000 divine lords of the heavenly human tribe had needed hundreds of years to break the formation. However, they could break it in a few hours. One reason was that the formation's energy had been depleted by the dark formation breaking beads. The second reason was that the invincible divine lords were too powerful. It was impossible to say that the power of the 16 invincible divine lords was more than 10,000 divine lords. The main reason was that although the power of 10,000 divine lords was strong, it was scattered. They couldn't combine their power, so their attack power was scattered. Naturally, it wasn't enough to destroy the formation. On the other hand, the invincible divine lords' attacks were concentrated on a single point. The destructive power was too strong. Even without the Darkeen formation breaking beads, the Heaven Destroyer's defensive formation wouldn't be able to hold them off for long. Break! Ye Immortal shouted. His sword radiance surged and tore a crack in the defensive formation. They were about to charge through the crack. Get out of here! Gu Changfeng shouted. He took a step forward and appeared not far from Ye Immortal. Then, he threw out a punch. The fist energy shattered the void and crushed toward Ye Immortal. Ye Immortal swung his sword to block the attack. With a boom, he retreated. The defensive formation started to wriggle and the crack disappeared. However, on the other side, Yuan Ciji also tore a crack in the defensive formation. Gu Changfeng's expression changed. He immediately rushed toward Yuan Ciji and punched Yuan Ciji back. You're just an invincible divine lord. Let's see how you're going to stop us. Tear it apart. Yuan Ciji, Gaishak and the others sneered. They also attacked with all their might. The defensive formation shook and was about to be torn apart. Gu Changfeng was alone and he couldn't stop all of them. Set up the formation. Let's throw them out of here. Gu Changfeng shouted. Instantly, the figures of the Sky Exterminating Troop flashed and set up a combined attack formation. There were formations of all levels. The most powerful combined attack formation was a 21-man combined attack formation. It was formed by 21 peak divine masters. The people who had set up the other joint attack formations were almost all peak divine masters as well. The most powerful people in the Heaven Destroyer had been selected to set up the formations. There were dozens of combined attack arrays of various sizes. The carriers of these combined attack arrays were naturally brought out by Lu Ming and the rest from Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven. The formations of different sizes formed into different shapes. Some of them were swords, some were knives, most of them condensed into warriors wearing battle armor. These formations shot up into the sky and attacked the invincible divine masters who were trying to tear the formation apart. Get out of my way. You want to stop me with a mere 9-man formation? Die. Cold voices were heard as terrifying attacks were launched. One by one, the combined attack formations were sent flying. More than a dozen formations collapsed. The bodies of the people who had set up the formations were torn apart and they died on the spot. The invincible divine masters were too powerful. Other than the 21 formation that could match the invincible divine masters, the other formations couldn't. It was already good enough that they didn't collapse. However, the 9-man and 7-man formations weren't enough. There were also quite a few that were incomplete joint attack formations. They lacked a carrier and were not perfect enough. What had collapsed just now was this relatively small and incomplete joint attack formation. Unless it's a 21 formation, you want to stop us with these broken formations? You're too naive. Break. Yi Wuxiu and the others came out again. Cracks had appeared in the defensive formation. They stepped through the cracks and entered the encampment of the Sky Exterminating Troop. More than a dozen terrifying auras spread out and pressed down on the people of the Heaven Destroyer. Chapter 4956. The 16 invincible divine lords tore apart the defensive array and stood in the sky. They didn't attack the members of Heaven Destroyer right away. Instead, they waved their hands and shot out beams of light in all directions of Heaven Destroyer's base. They were aiming at the array foundations. Once they destroyed the array foundations, the array of Heaven Destroyer wouldn't be able to function anymore and they would be able to move freely. In the end, they were still afraid of the origin of Heaven Destroyer. They were afraid that if the origin went all out and awakened too many of them at once, they wouldn't be able to retreat in time with the array behind them. Boom! 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 One by one, the formation bases were blasted apart. The array covering Heaven Destroyer's base completely disappeared. The 15 invincible divine lords heaved a sigh of relief. This way, they would be able to move freely. Once they sensed the energy of the origin, they would be able to retreat instantly. Gather together and defend. Lion roared. The elites of Heaven Destroyer quickly gathered together. The combined array landed on the periphery while the other divine lords were in the middle. As for those below the Divine Lord level, they were all on the ground below. If the situation went south, they would escape through wormholes or teleportation arrays. Those below the Divine Lord level wouldn't be able to intervene in this battle. Huh, you want to stop us? Gaishak and the others sneered and looked down at the members of Heaven Destroyer as if they were looking at lambs to be slaughtered. Where's Lu Ming? Where is he? Yi Wuxiu's gaze was like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. The one he cared about the most in Heaven Destroyer was Lu Ming. Even if he killed everyone in Heaven Destroyer and let Lu Ming escape, it would still be useless. That's right. Where's Lu Ming? Is he hiding like a coward? Come out and die. Humph, if he doesn't come out, we'll kill everyone in Heaven Destroyer. Gaishak and Yuan Wuji shouted coldly. At this time, Lu Ming was still cultivating, but he saw what was happening outside. Damn it, is it still too late? Lu Ming roared in his heart. He still hadn't broken through. There was no time left. The speed of the three races in the Forbidden Lands was too fast. He originally thought that the defensive array of the Heaven Destroyer could delay them for a while. It seemed like they could only fight. At this point, there was no other choice but to fight to the death. It was impossible for him to watch the others die in battle while he continued to live. Just as he was about to end his cultivation and head out to participate in the battle, he suddenly sensed something and looked in a certain direction. A terrifying aura emanated from that direction. It was as if a dormant ferocious beast was awakening. The terrifying aura was instantly sensed by everyone. The 16 invincible god lords all grimaced. It's the Origin. The Origin has awakened. Retreat first. The 16 invincible god lords all had grave expressions as they retreated like bolts of lightning. Although they were powerful, they did not dare to be careless in the face of the Origin. Although they were able to sense that only a single source energy had awakened, they were unable to determine exactly how powerful that source energy's aura was. They would only be at ease if they were far enough away. They only stopped after retreating tens of millions of miles. Although the Origin tribulation is much weaker than it was at its peak, the awakening of an Origin still means death, Yuan Wuji said. That's right. That's right. Furthermore, the higher the cultivation level of an Origin, the greater the effects of the Origin tribulation and the faster it will die. This awakened Origin shouldn't have a very high cultivation level. Infernal Fiend King analyzed. The three races in the Forbidden Lands had a deep foundation and knew many secrets. They also understood the Origin tribulation very well. However, they still did not dare to be careless. They were afraid that the Origin of the Heaven Destroyer would go all out and awaken a terrifying Origin. The Origin has awakened, the people of the Heaven Destroyer naturally sensed it as well, but their expressions were not excited but sorrowful. Once an Origin awakened in the Origin tribulation, it was irreversible. Once it awakened, it was destined to die. Which Origin was it? Whoosh! 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 The aura of an Origin erupted like a volcano, enveloping the Heaven Destroyer's base. Then, a figure suddenly appeared in the void. This figure was as heavy as a mountain in the eyes of the people of the Heaven Destroyer. Starfire Origin Supremacy. Someone cried out in sorrow. Many people recognized that this Origin was Starfire Origin Supremacy. Lu Ming had seen this Origin before in the Thousand Autumn battlefield. Starfire Origin Supremacy was enveloped in dense Origin energy. His aura was powerful and his eyes were like torches. He stared at Ye Immortal and the others and shouted coldly, "Kill those who offend the Heaven Destroyer." With that, he took a step forward and charged towards Ye Immortal and the others like lightning. So it's just an early stage Origin Supremacy. And here I thought you were strong. What a joke. Leave this person to me. I'll make the people of the Heaven Destroyer feel despair. Yuan Wuji sneered and took a step forward. He actually wanted to fight an Origin Supremacy alone. Yuan Wuji's body glowed, and a red ray of light was particularly eye-catching. Red Immortal Light. Facing an Origin Supremacy, even an early-stage Origin Supremacy, Yuan Wuji didn't dare to be careless. He used his strongest move as soon as he attacked. The red immortal light fused with his sword and slashed out a shocking strike. Starfire Origin Venerate also unleashed a killing move. Their attacks collided. Boom! The void trembled, and hideous cracks were torn open. Then, the two figures retreated. A draw. This move was actually a draw. The people of the three forbidden races weren't surprised, but the people of the Heaven Destroyer opened their eyes wide. A draw. A divine master was actually able to fight an origin supremacy to a draw? What kind of battle prowess was this? Was this an invincible divine master? An invincible divine master could fight an origin supremacy? The hearts of most of the people of the Heaven Destroyer sank. Although they knew that the invincible divine master was very strong, they didn't know that he was this strong. In reality, most of the people of the Heaven Destroyer had never seen an invincible divine master before the beings of the Forbidden Grounds came out. They hadn't even heard of him in their entire lives. Before this, the Lord of Heaven was the strongest origin supremacy. However, the Lord of Heaven was far weaker than an origin supremacy. He couldn't fight an origin supremacy at all. The difference between the Divine Master realm and the origin supremacy was just too great. They thought that no one in the Divine Master realm could fight an origin supremacy. Starfire Origin Supremacy was shocked. Similarly, Starfire Origin Supremacy had never encountered an invincible Divine Master before. He originally thought that he would be able to suppress his opponent after awakening, or at least repel him. However, his opponent had actually blocked him alone. Ha, don't tell me that this is all you've got. Yuan Wuji laughed. Kill. Starfire Origin Supremacy roared as a scorching aura radiated from his body. His origin supremacy leaned towards the fire attribute. Every time he struck out, it was like the fire of a star. He struck out 12 times in a row, sending 12 scorching and huge palm prints toward Yuan Wuji. Chapter 4957. Starfire Origin Supremacy threw out 12 palm strikes, but Yuan Wuji was not afraid at all. He activated his scorching red immortal light and held his top-notch source-grade divine weapon as he clashed with Starfire Origin Supremacy. The two of them were so fast that anyone below the almighty level wouldn't even be able to see their movements clearly. In an instant, the two had exchanged dozens of blows, but there was still no clear victor. Is this all you've got? Ha, you don't have a source-grade divine weapon or an origin technique. You're really a disgrace to origin. Yuan Wuji laughed loudly, not putting Starfire Origin Supremacy in his eyes at all. Starfire Origin Supremacy's eyes were filled with anger, but there was nothing he could do. He knew very well that his battle prowess was one of the weakest in the origin realm. There were many factors that affected one's battle prowess in the origin realm. Cultivation was one of them, but it was only a part of it. Even with the same cultivation, the difference in battle prowess could be as great as the difference between heaven and earth. For example, source-grade divine weapons, source-grade battle armor, and origin techniques were all important factors that affected one's battle prowess. Starfire Origin Supremacy's cultivation was at the early origin realm, and he didn't have a source-grade divine weapon or an origin technique. He was basically the weakest origin realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unable to deal with the Almighty. Heaven Destroyer's people were filled with anger and sorrow. Starfire Origin Supremacy had risked his life to awaken, but he had been stopped by Almighty. Moreover, there were 15 other people at the same level. How could they fight? Did Heaven Destroyer have to sacrifice 12 origins just to deal with a few Almighty? Fifth brother, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. I'll help you kill him. Yuan Siji's cold voice rang out as he took a step forward and charged at Starfire Origin Supremacy. He also used a killing move to kill Starfire Origin Supremacy. Starfire Origin Supremacy was immediately unable to withstand the attacks of two Almighty and was forced to retreat. Fifth brother, I'll help you kill him. Yuan Wuji also charged forward, his hair like a divine sword stabbing at Starfire Origin Supremacy. With the three experts working together, Starfire Origin Supremacy was no match for them and was forced to retreat. The other Almighty didn't make a move. Instead, they just stood in the distance and watched the show. The three of them were enough. They could also force the Heaven Destroyer to awaken more of the Heaven Destroyer's origin. The Source Great Tribulation was irreversible. Once awakened, there was only the path of death. They wanted to make Heaven Destroyer lose even more of its source energy. Puff! Due to a moment of carelessness, the Starfire Origin Venerate was struck by Yuan Wuji's sword. The terrifying red celestial light instantly tore through the Starfire Origin Venerate's origin source body, leaving a hideous wound on his body. The red celestial light's scorching energy was constantly eroding the Starfire Origin Venerate's body. Die! Yuan Wuji took the opportunity to attack. Starfire Origin Supremacy did not dare to face him head-on and dodged to the side. Below, Heaven Destroyer's people were extremely anxious. What should we do? If this continues, Paragon Starfire will be killed. Someone said anxiously. It was a great tragedy for an awakened Origin to be killed by a few Divine Masters instead of dying under the Origin Tribulation. Should we ask a stronger Origin to awaken? Kill the enemy in one fell swoop? Someone suggested. No. Although the Source Great Tribulation is at the late stage and is weaker than before, it's not over yet. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the Source Great Tribulation will be. If an early stage Origin Source Cultivator awakens, they can still hold on for a while. Once a mid-stage Origin Source Cultivator or someone with a higher cultivation awakens, they will not be able to hold on and die under the Source Great Tribulation. Lion shook her head and rejected the suggestion. Under the Source Great Tribulation, the higher the cultivation, the stronger the tribulation power. Now that it was at the late stage of the Source Great Tribulation, early stage Origin Source Cultivators could still hold on for a while. If an expert with a higher cultivation awakened, their Origin Source would be sucked dry and they would die on the spot. Then what should we do? Paragon Starfire Origin Supremacy will not be able to hold on for much longer. Someone was anxious. If Paragon Starfire Origin Supremacy died, it would be their turn. Even awakening an Origin Source was not enough. Was Heaven Destroyer really going to be destroyed today? Whoosh! At this moment, a figure soared into the sky. It was Gumo. He rushed toward Paragon Starfire Origin Supremacy and shouted, "Senior, take the divine weapons." With a wave of his hand, two divine weapons flew toward Paragon Starfire Origin Supremacy. One was the purple gold battle axe, while the other was a pitch-black armor. It was the top-grade source-grade divine weapon armor obtained from Xixia Grotto. Paragon Starfire Origin Supremacy's eyes lit up. His body was like lightning as he rushed toward the two divine weapons. Stop him. Don't let him get it. Yuan Cg Wuji roared. His body glowed as he launched a terrifying attack. However, a skeleton appeared in front of them. Its body quickly enlarged, blocking the attacks of Yuan Cg and the others. You're courting death. Break. Die. Yuan Cg, Yuan Wuji, and Yuan Luji shouted coldly as three beams of immortal light bombarded Gumo. Clang. 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 The sound of metal clashing was heard. The bone demon's body shook violently. Like a cannonball, his body smashed into the ground below the heaven-exterminating troops' encampment. With a boom, he smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. Gumo, Xian Yanxing, Tang Jun, Lion, and the others hurriedly rushed over, only to find that Gumo had already flown out of the crater. There were only 3 shallow marks on his body. Don't worry, I'm fine, Gumo said. Only then did everyone relax. After being blocked by Gumo, Paragon Starfire Origin Supremacy finally seized the opportunity to grab the 2 divine weapons. The origin energy in his body frantically poured into the top-grade source-grade battle armor. He could tell at a glance that the 2 divine weapons were top-grade. However, refining the battle armor first was more effective. The origin energy of reciprocity surged and was extremely dense. Almost instantly, the armor was refined and appeared on the Starfire Origin Exalt's body, basically enveloping his entire body in the armor. As soon as he put on the battle armor, the attacks of Yuan Wuji and the others arrived. However, an Origin Realm existence could fully display the power of a source-grade divine weapon. The power of a top-grade source-grade battle armor in the hands of an Origin Realm expert and in the hands of a divine master were two completely different concepts. When the attacks of Yuan Wuji and the others landed on Paragon's Starfire Origin supremacy, his body only trembled a few times. He was completely fine. He constantly circulated his origin energy and rushed toward the purple-gold battle axe to refine it. Buzz! The purple-gold battle axe trembled and was also refined. Kill! Paragon's Starfire Origin supremacy roared as his killing intent surged. He slashed out with the purple-gold battle axe. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was Yuan Luji. An Origin Realm existence using a top-grade source-grade divine weapon was just too powerful. Yuan Luji's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly used his top-grade source-grade battle armor to block the attack. That's right, Yuan Luji also had a top-grade source-grade battle armor. The foundation of the creatures in the Forbidden Grounds was just too deep. Source-grade divine weapons and armor were very precious to the heavenly human race and Heaven Destroyer, but they were nothing to the creatures in the Forbidden Grounds. The invincible divine masters of the Forbidden Grounds all had top-grade divine weapons and armors. Chapter 4958. Boom! The violet gold war axe viciously struck Yuan Liuji's body. Yuan Liuji's body violently shook. Even with the protection of his supreme source-grade armor, it was no use. The power of a supreme weapon wielded by a reciprocity expert was just too terrifying. The violent power passed through the armor and struck Yuan Liuji. Yuan Liuji's body directly collapsed, turning into strands of dense baleful Yin Qi. However, the bodies of the baleful Yin race were special. Their vitality was extremely tenacious. The baleful Yin Qi rapidly retreated before condensing once more. Although Yuan Liuji didn't die, his aura was extremely weak. His face was pale white, and his baleful Yin Qi was many times weaker than before. Yuan Wuji and Yuan Siji were shocked. They didn't dare to face him head-on and retreated. Kill! Exalt Starfire roared as his killing intent surged. His current battle prowess had reached an all-time high. Many reciprocity experts didn't even have a source-grade weapon, let alone a supreme source-grade weapon. Moreover, they also had a supreme source-grade armor. The combination of the two caused Exalt Starfire's battle prowess to skyrocket. Right now, he didn't even need to treat a mid-reciprocity expert seriously. Source-grade weapons had a huge impact on reciprocity experts. The difference in battle prowess between having one and not having one was huge. Exalt Starfire charged toward Ye Immortal and the experts of the three forbidden races. The expressions of Ye Immortal, Gaishak, and the others changed. Let's attack together and stop him. Ye Immortal roared. Attack! Gaishak, the Infernal Fiend King, Prince Kanglo, and the others all attacked together, using their killing moves. Yuan Siji and Yuan Wuji also stopped and attacked together. Only Yuan Liuji retreated far away to heal. 15 invincible divine lords attacked with their full strength, their attacks shaking the world. However, Exalt Starfire didn't care at all. He had no intention of blocking, allowing the attacks to land on him. Moreover, he used his violet gold war axe to slash out. Boom! 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 More than a dozen attacks landed on Exalt Starfire, but they were all blocked by his supreme source-grade armor. The defense of a top-grade Origin-grade battle armor used by an Origin Realm expert was just too great. The attacks of invincible divine lords were basically unable to penetrate the armor and attack the Starfire Origin Exalt. In order to harm the Starfire Origin Exalt through his armor, only reciprocity existences wielding soul-grade weapons, or even peak soul-grade weapons, could harm the Starfire Origin Exalt. Bang! The purple gold battle axe struck Infernal Fiend Lord. Infernal Fiend Lord's body shook violently as he was sent flying. Just like Yuan Liuji, he was severely injured. If it weren't for his top-notch source-grade armor, he would have been killed on the spot. After severely injuring one person with one move, Paragon Starfire continued to swing his purple-gold battle axe and send another person flying. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 invincible divine masters were sent flying, all of them severely injured. Retreat, all of you, retreat! At this moment, the king of evil spirits roared. Behind them, the experts of the 4 clans took the war chariots and charged into the wormhole. As for the invincible divine lords, they gathered together and continuously attacked the Starfire Origin Supremacy, retreating as they attacked. They didn't want to injure the Starfire Origin Supremacy. They only wanted to obstruct him. Wave after wave of attacks landed on the Starfire Origin Supremacy, preventing him from charging forward. Although the Starfire Origin Supremacy didn't fear these attacks, they still had some impact. When they landed on his soul-grade armor, they formed a shockwave. It wasn't easy for the Starfire Origin Supremacy to charge through. He constantly swung his purple-gold battle axe, breaking through these attacks as he constantly approached Ye Immortal and the others. However, at this moment, Ye Immortal and the others had already approached the wormholes. Whoosh! 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 Following this, the invincible divine lords all retreated, charging into different wormholes and disappearing. The Starfire Origin Supremacy stood outside the wormholes and didn't chase after them. There were 4 or 5 wormholes. Which one should he chase? If he chased down one wormhole, the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds from the other wormholes would rush out. Who would protect the Heaven Destroyer's base then? After a moment of thought, the Starfire Origin Supremacy returned to the air above the Heaven Destroyer's base. All of you, do your best to repair the base's defensive array. After saying this, the Starfire Origin Supremacy sat cross-legged in the air above the Heaven Destroyer's base. Do your best to repair the array. Start repairing the array. Lion and the others shouted. They knew that the Starfire Origin Supremacy was buying time for them. The experts of the Heaven Destroyer's array formation immediately got to work. As for Lu Ming, he continued to comprehend the origin source with all his might. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. More than 100 million miles away from the Heaven Destroyer's base, a few more figures silently appeared from the 4 or 5 wormholes. One of them was Ye Immortal. The others were the invincible divine lords of the 3 Forbidden Grounds. The Starfire Origin Supremacy suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were as bright as 2 suns. However, he didn't make a move. Ye Immortal and the others were standing beside the wormhole. It was obvious that as soon as he made a move, Ye Immortal and the others would immediately return to the wormhole and escape. The people of the Heaven Destroyer also noticed Ye Immortal and the others and immediately became vigilant. Hee, you want to stop us here? What a joke. That's right. How long can you stop us with the origin source tribulation? It won't be long before you fall. Your origin root is constantly being devoured by the cosmic sea. With each passing day, your origin root will weaken a little. Look, you'll die in half a month at most. Yuan Wuji, Gaishak, and the others sneered and mocked. The Starfire Origin Supremacy only glanced coldly at Ye Immortal and the others before closing his eyes. He didn't pay much attention to them. This way, he could hold on for a little longer. The Starfire Origin Supremacy didn't make a move. Ye Immortal and the others didn't leave either. They stood near the wormhole and waited quietly. Time passed, day by day. More than 10 days later, Autumn Moon, Bubbles, Wan Shen, Ling Yue, and the others broke through one after another. Their cultivations all reached the peak of the almighty level. However, Lu Ming still hadn't made a breakthrough. Over the past 10 days, the aura of the Starfire Origin Supremacy had become weaker and weaker. Even people with ordinary cultivation could feel that the aura of the Starfire Origin Supremacy was much weaker than when he'd just woken up. From afar, the Starfire Origin Supremacy's body looked like a leaf in the wind that could decay at any time. Origin Supremacy, many people cried out in grief, tears in their eyes. The fall of the Starfire Origin Supremacy was inevitable. He was doing this for the sake of the Heaven Destroyer and the continuation of the Heaven Destroyer. From the day he'd woken up, he'd known the final outcome, but he was still determined. Many people felt like a rock was stuck in their throats. It was very uncomfortable. They secretly hated themselves for not being strong enough. Otherwise, why would they need the origin supremacy to protect them? He's already a leaf in the wind. He's about to perish. At most, he'll fall in a few more days. You can protect them for a while, but can you protect them forever? When you fall, the Heaven Destroyer will still be destroyed. Gaishak and the others mocked. Chapter 49-59. Gaishak and the others kept mocking them. The people of Heaven Destroyer were furious. Do what you have to do. As long as you survive, all the sacrifices will be worth it. Starfire Origin Supremacy's voice sounded. Origin Supremacy, many people cried out in sorrow. In the distance, Gaishak and the others sneered, but they still didn't dare to make a move. Although Starfire Origin Supremacy was very weak now, and his combat strength was probably not as strong as an invincible Divine Lord, they were still afraid. They were afraid that Starfire Origin Supremacy would counterattack or even self-destruct. The power of a Origin Supremacy's self-destruction was unimaginable. They didn't want to be dragged down by Starfire Origin Supremacy. Anyway, they just had to wait a few more days. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. Starfire Origin Supremacy had been sitting cross-legged in the sky above Heaven Destroyer's base for half a month. Suddenly, a sigh sounded. It came from Starfire Origin Supremacy. He waved his hand, and the purple gold battle axe and the top-notch Origin battle armor flew toward Bone Demon. Then, he looked deeply at Heaven Destroyer's base with a strong reluctance. Then, his body gradually turned into a rain of light and drifted in the void. Origin Supremacy, the people of Heaven Destroyer cried out in sorrow. At this moment, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in the distant void. Specks of light scattered like meteors. This was the ruins of the universe. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any meteors. This was a phenomenon that only occurred when an Origin Supremacy fell. Heaven and earth mourned. He's finally dead. Now, let's continue. Yuan Ciji, Gaishak, and the others stepped out and walked toward Heaven Destroyer's base. There were still 16 invincible Divine Lords. Those who had been injured by Starfire Origin Supremacy had already recovered after half a month of recuperation. Set up the array. Lion and the others shouted. Runes appeared around the encampment of the Heaven Exterminating Troop. Then, formations appeared one after another. However, the array's strength was far inferior to before. Although they had been repairing it day and night in the past half a month, they had only repaired a part of the array. You want to stop us with this array? Gaishak sneered. This time, they didn't take out their Fiend formation breaking beads and attack directly. 16 invincible Divine Lords had attacked, and the array could not withstand it at all. In just a short while, it was torn apart. However, at this time, another powerful aura spread out from the depths of the Heaven Destroyer base. The aura of the Origin. Clearly, another source origin of the Heaven Exterminating Army had awakened. A figure appeared out of nowhere in the void. This was an old man. His hair and beard were all white, but he had the air of a transcendent being. Venerable Feng Xian Yuan. Many members of Heaven Destroyer recognized this old man. The old man was also an early reciprocity expert. Seeing Feng Xian Yuan appear, Heaven Destroyer's people were not happy at all. Instead, they were filled with sorrow. If Venerate Feng Xian woke up, he would end up exactly like Venerate Starfire. Lend me your source-grade divine weapon and armor. Feng Xian Yuan Venerate looked at Bone Demon. Please. Bone Demon waved his hand, and the purple gold battle axe and the Origin armor flew to Venerate Feng Xian Yuan Venerate. Venerate Feng Xian Yuan Venerate grabbed the purple gold battle axe and the armor, and took a step out, leaving the Heaven Destroyer base's array. Seeing that the Origin had awakened, Ye Immortal, Gaishak, and the others had already retreated to the edge of the wormhole. Venerate Feng Xian Yuan Venerate did not chase after them. Instead, he sat cross-legged at the place where Venerate Starfire had fallen. Then, Venerate Fengxian Yuan Venerate glanced at a certain place in the Heaven Destroyer base. This place was where Lu Ming was cultivating in seclusion. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to feel Venerate Fengxian Yuan Venerate's gaze on him. Lu Ming's heart shook violently. He knew what this meant. Venerate Fengxian Yuan Venerate most likely knew that he was cultivating in seclusion to break through. He was placing his hopes on him. He was trying to buy time for Lu Ming. Venerate Starfire must have meant the same thing. They sat cross-legged at the Heaven Destroyer base and could only guard it for a dozen days. This was simply a way to treat the symptoms but not the root cause. If they died, the three races of the Forbidden Lands and the heavenly human race would continue to attack. The reason why they still did this was mainly to buy time for Lu Ming. Senior, Lu Ming felt that his nose was sour and his chest was blocked by a big stone. Don't be distracted. Continue to cultivate. The Heaven Destroyer is counting on you. A gentle voice sounded in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming knew that it was Venerate Fengxian Yuan Venerate who sent him a message. Senior, I promise you that I will destroy the three races of the Forbidden Lands and the heavenly human race in the future, Lu Ming responded with a voice transmission. This was his oath and also his goal. Venerate Fengxian Yuan Venerate did not respond again. He just sat quietly in the void. Another one has come to throw his life away. He wants to guard this place, but for how long? At most half a month, he will die. This is also good. There are only 49 origins of the Heaven Destroyer. In a few years, all of them will die. Gaishak and the others sneered. This was exactly what they wanted. They only needed to wait quietly. They could destroy the source of the Heaven Exterminating Army effortlessly. What they would lose was only a few years. However, what was a few years to them? Damn it, they've gone too far. This is unbearable. Let's go and fight with them. Yes, let's go all out. We can't let more origin experts die in vain. The faces of the members of the Sky Exterminating Troop flushed red. Their hearts were burning with rage. They couldn't bear it. They couldn't bear to watch the Origin Realm seniors die one after another in order to protect them. It was too cowardly and sullen. A real man would rather die in battle and be buried in horse hide than live in such a stifling manner. Shut up. At this time, Venerate Fengxian Yuan Venerate shouted. He opened his eyes and glanced at the people of the Heaven Destroyer. A little impatience spoils great plans. Do you want Xinghua to die in vain? But, many people still wanted to say something. When it's time to endure, you have to endure. Do you want the Heaven Destroyer to be destroyed? Many of your clansmen and family members have died in the hands of the heavenly human race. Don't you want revenge? Venerate Fengxian Yuan Venerate continued to shout. His voice resounded in the ears of every Heaven Destroyer. It was like thunder, deafening. The people of the Heaven Destroyer slowly calmed down. Yes, most of the people of the Heaven Destroyer had deep hatred for the heavenly human race. They all wanted to destroy the heavenly human race to avenge their families, friends, or clansmen. They couldn't die yet. Hehe, the demi-human race really has a lot of enemies. Yuan Wuji looked at the Yi Immortal and sneered. Yi Immortal's face was calm. He didn't answer. Instead, he showed a thoughtful expression. Venerate Fengxian Yuan Venerate was stalling for time. However, what was the use of stalling for time? What was the use of stalling for more than 10 days for the Heaven Destroyer? What was the Heaven Destroyer preparing for? However, what could happen in a mere 10 days or a little more time? Chapter 4960. Yi Immortal continued to ponder this question. Suddenly, he thought of Lu Ming. Could it be because of Lu Ming? Speaking of which, Lu Ming hasn't shown himself. Could he be in seclusion, trying to make a breakthrough? Yi Wuxiu's heart suddenly stirred as he thought of this point. Lu Ming had only been a 9th-tier divine lord in the past, but his fighting strength had been astounding. Although he was only a 9th-tier divine lord, he had the fighting strength of an invincible divine lord. If he broke through to peak Divine Lord, his fighting strength would be unimaginably terrifying. Yi Immortal was stunned by this thought. Could Lu Ming really be breaking through to peak Divine Lord? No, that was impossible. Without the Origin God tea leaves, it would be impossible to break through to peak Divine Lord in such a short time. Even the most brilliant of geniuses would need at least 1,000 years to break through. He had a deep understanding of the forbidden body. Although the forbidden body was powerful, breaking through to peak Divine Lord was much more difficult than breaking through to peak Divine Lord. The time required was much longer, and it was even more impossible to break through in a few dozen days. Origin God tea? Could they have obtained the Origin God tea? Yi Wuchang thought about it repeatedly, bewildered. The Origin God tea leaves moved at an astonishing speed and were extremely difficult to capture. Back then, he had only managed to obtain 2 leaves before the Origin God tea ran away. Logically speaking, the Origin God tea should have been hidden even deeper, making it nearly impossible to find. Moreover, if Lu Ming had obtained the Origin God tea leaves in the Purple Firmament Paradise, he would have used them to break through long ago. However, during the struggle for the immortal molting, Lu Ming's cultivation had remained at 9th tier Divine Lord and had not broken through. Could he have obtained the Origin God tea leaves in the last few days? The chances of this were too small. His gaze swept over Xian Yanqing, Tang Jun, and the others, hoping to see something from their bodies. However, Xian Yanqing, Tang Jun, and the others were too far away from him, and there was also the barrier of the array. It was impossible to see the exact cultivation levels of Xian Yanqing and the others. Yi Immortal, what are you thinking about? Infernal Fiend King said to Yi Immortal. Nothing. In the end, Yi Immortal shook his head. He felt that he was worrying too much. How could it be so easy to obtain the Divine Origin tea leaves? Most importantly, he thought of a key point, and that was the Blue Sea Race's Princess Tsangxian. When he first met Princess Tsangxian, he clearly remembered that Princess Tsangxian's cultivation was at the 9th level of the Divine Master Realm. However, during the fight for the Purple Heaven Grotto Celestial Slough, he discovered that Princess Tsangxian's cultivation had already reached the peak of the Divine Master level. To be able to break through to the peak of the Divine Master Realm in such a short period of time, he guessed that Princess Tsangxian was the one who had the highest chance of obtaining the Origin God tea. Perhaps the Origin Divine tea had already fallen into the hands of the Blue Sea clan. The Blue Sea race would never give the Origin Divine tea leaves to Lu Ming. He had no idea that Princess Tsangxian was actually the Dark Night Rose. He only thought that Princess Tsangxian had obtained the Celestial Slough. Later on, when he met Prince Kanglo and the others, he did not mention this matter. He thought that Princess Tsangxian and Prince Kanglo had colluded. Prince Kanglo and Prince Tsangqing had fought for the Celestial Slough of the Extreme Yin tribe, while Princess Tsangxian had secretly taken action to obtain the Celestial Slough of the Purple Heaven Grotto Celestial Slough. He had no right to question Prince Kanglo and the others. It was because of this that he felt that it was almost impossible for Lu Ming to obtain the Divine Origin tea leaves. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Origin supremacy. Suddenly, the people of Heaven Destroyer cried out in grief. Fengxian Origin supremacy followed in the footsteps of Starfire Origin supremacy. His body turned into specks of light rain and dissipated into the void. Specks of light rain appeared in the void of the universe like meteors. In just 1 month, Heaven Destroyer had lost 2 Origin supremacies in succession. A strong sense of sadness permeated the air of the Heaven Exterminating Troop. Ha ha ha, another one has died. Let's go and force another one out. Let's see how long they can last. Gaishak and the others laughed as they stepped into the air and headed towards Heaven Destroyer's base. In an instant, they arrived above Heaven Destroyer's base and launched a fierce attack. The formation of the Heaven Exterminating Troop shook violently. Soon, cracks began to appear on it. Damn it, do we have to awaken the Origin supremacy again? If this continues, the Origin supremacy will fall. What's the use of keeping us alive? How can we take revenge? Let's fight it out with them. Have you forgotten what Fengxian Origin supremacy said? With our strength, we will die in vain if we fight them head-on. Then what should we do? Run, scatter, and escape. The people of Heaven Destroyer were in an uproar. Gu Changfeng, Lion, Tang Jun and Xian Yanqing were also extremely gloomy. They clenched their fists tightly and their nails dug into their flesh. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Lion, and the others whispered. They could only pin their hopes on Lu Ming now. Cracks began to appear in the defensive formation of the encampment. The creatures of the Forbidden Grounds and the Yi Immortal were about to attack. Boom! At that instant, a loud explosion could be heard from somewhere in the camp of the Heaven Exterminating Army, as a powerful aura burst out from it. Everyone at the scene was shocked. They thought that another origin supremacy of Heaven Destroyer had awakened. Gaishak and the others were about to retreat. But immediately, they found that something was wrong. Although the energy was powerful, it wasn't the energy of the origin supremacy. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. He broke through. Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon and the others were the first to react. They were overjoyed when they felt the energy. Then, Yi Immortal also reacted. His eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. This energy is Lu Ming. He broke through, Yi Immortal shouted in shock. At this moment, he couldn't stay calm and was about to explode. Regret. Yi Immortal was deeply regretful. Lu Ming was really breaking through and he had succeeded in doing so. Could it be that Lu Ming had really obtained the origin divine tea leaves? No matter what the reason was, Yi Immortal was extremely regretful. What? Lu Ming has broken through. Gaishak and the others were also shocked. How is that possible? How can a 9th-tier Divine Master break through to the peak Divine Master realm so quickly? Prince Kanglo shouted. The Divine Source Tea must be the Divine Source Tea. There's a Divine Source Tea in Purple Heaven. I broke through with the help of the Divine Source Tea. Yi Immortal shouted. What? Divine Source Tea? There's Divine Source Tea in Purple Heaven? Gaishak, Prince Kanglo, and the others shouted. Don't you know about the Divine Source Tea? Wasn't the Divine Origin Tea obtained by your Sea Flood clan? Otherwise, how could Princess Tsangxian break through so quickly? Yi Immortal said. Tsangxian? We've already found out that the Tsangxian in Purple Heaven is a fake. The real Tsangxian has already fallen. Prince Kanglo said. Their Tsangxian only found out that Princess Tsangxian had already fallen after leaving Purple Heaven. Chapter 4961. Princess Tsangxian had died? Yi Immortal's body shook violently. Then, he connected the dots and his face turned pale. The Princess Tsangxian in Purple Heaven was impersonated by someone who had obtained the Divine Source Tea. In that case, Lu Ming might also have obtained the Divine Source Tea. Before this, Lu Ming had been using the Divine Source Tea to break through his cultivation level. Now, he had finally succeeded. Yi Immortal, why didn't you say so earlier? Gaishak roared. I didn't know that Lu Ming had obtained the Divine Source Tea. I thought that the Divine Source Tea had fallen into the hands of the Blue Sea clan. Yi Immortal said. Damn it, Gaishak and the others roared angrily. They knew how terrifying Lu Ming was. If a 9th-level Divine Master was comparable to an invincible Divine Master, how strong would he be when he broke through to the peak of the Divine Master realm? In the past, they didn't take Lu Ming seriously. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, he was only an invincible Divine Master and only one person. What could an invincible Divine Master do? However, once Lu Ming broke through to the peak of the Divine Master realm, things would be completely different. Boom! A powerful aura spread out. Then, a figure soared into the sky and stood in the void. It's Lu Ming. At this moment, the ordinary members of Heaven Destroyer also noticed Lu Ming. However, they weren't too happy. Lu Ming didn't know Lu Ming's actual combat strength. He didn't know that Lu Ming was already comparable to an invincible Divine Master. Therefore, they thought that even if Lu Ming broke through to the peak of the Divine Master realm, what use would it be? The other party had 16 existences comparable to the origin. His heart was still heavy. Lu Ming's gaze fell on Ye Immortal and the others. His eyes burned with anger and strong killing intent. All of you deserve to die. A cold voice came from Lu Ming's mouth. Lu Ming had seen the deaths of astral fire origin supremacy and virtuous cloud supremacy. The murderous intent in his heart had reached its limit. If it weren't for the fact that he was at the crucial moment of his breakthrough, he would have attacked long ago. Finally, not long ago, he officially broke through, using up 3 origin god tea leaves. Now that he was a peak god lord, his origin seed had grown 10 times larger, and his origin energy had also increased by more than 10 times. His battle prowess had reached its peak in history. Arrogant. Even if you've broken into the peak of the god lord realm, there are so many of us here, and we're more than enough to kill you. Fourth Yuan shouted. He had never fought with Lu Ming before. He had only heard of him. Hearing about it would never be as real as experiencing it yourself. Kill. Lu Ming didn't waste any more words. With a cold shout, he rushed out of the formation with the war god's spear pointed at Yuan Siji. Lu Ming, he doesn't want his life anymore. Many people in the Heaven Destroyer were shocked. Lu Ming had gone out alone. He was digging his own grave. Before Astral Fire Origin Supremacy obtained the 2 divine weapons, he could only fight with one of them. He was immediately injured when he fought with several of them. Lu Ming was only a god lord. How could he take the initiative to attack so many terrifying experts? Wasn't he digging his own grave? Don't worry, Gu Changfeng's voice was heard. What? The people in the Heaven Destroyer were stunned. Gu Changfeng seemed to be very confident in Lu Ming. But where did this confidence come from? Kill. Let's attack together. 4th Yuan Siji, 5th Yuan Siji, Ye Immortal, Gaishak, Prince Kanglo, Prince Tsangqing and the other 16 experts attacked at the same time. 16 terrifying attacks were launched at Lu Ming. The joint attack of 16 invincible god lords was terrifying. An early-stage origin energy expert would be killed if he didn't have an origin-grade armor. Chaos style. Lu Ming threw out a palm and a continent formed in front of him. Although he had a top-level origin-grade armor, he couldn't take it head-on like Astral Fire Origin Supremacy. After all, Astral Fire Origin Supremacy was the true origin. He could fully unleash the power of a top-level origin-grade armor. After all, he was only a peak god lord. The strength of his origin energy couldn't be compared to the true origin energy. He couldn't fully unleash the power of a top-level origin-grade armor. In this way, the attacks of the 16 invincible god lords would still hit him through the armor. Therefore, he had to block them. The chaos continent formed by the origin energy was more solid than before. There were rays of light like the great Tao on it. It was much more powerful than before. Boom. 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 The chaos continent shook violently. The attacks of 16 invincible divine lords were, after all, far too powerful. Even the primitive desolation style, which had been greatly strengthened, could not completely block them. Cracks began to appear, and then they exploded. However, more than half of the attacks of the 16 invincible god lords had been neutralized. There wasn't much power left. Lu Ming could completely block them. Heaven-breaking style. Lu Ming stopped defending. Instead, he used the heaven-breaking style. He became one with his spear and turned into a spear light that stabbed toward Yuan Siji. In an instant, Lu Ming broke through the layers of power and the spear gleam neared Yuan Siji. Yuan Siji was horrified. A blue light appeared on his body. This was the blue icy celestial light. It was the same level of celestial light as the red scorching celestial light and the black moon celestial light. The difference was that the blue icy celestial light contained a terrifying chill. The blue icy celestial light attached to the battle sword in Yuan Siji's hand as he slashed at Lu Ming. Clang! The spear and sword clashed, exploding with a shocking boom. Rings of terrifying power swept out in all directions. Then, Yuan Siji's body shook violently and he was pushed back. His arm that was holding the sword kept trembling and blood oozed out. The bones in his arm had been broken and blood was also coming out of his mouth. Just one move and he was already injured. Buzz! After injuring Yuan Siji, Lu Ming swung the spear of the battle god in his hand. The spear of the battle god quickly enlarged like a mountain and searched Gaishak and Lord of Infernal Spirits. The dark Yin Chi that Lord Spectre and Lord Infernal Spectre unleashed was being broken apart by the divine battle spear. When the divine battle spear landed on their bodies were like two rubber balls that were sent flying a few million miles away. They both spat out a mouthful of blood and the dark Yin Chi on their bodies had dimmed significantly. Meanwhile, in the Heaven Destroyer, other than Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon and other people who were familiar with Lu Ming, the others were dumbfounded. Some of their eyes almost popped out. What did they see? Lu Ming was beating up an invincible divine master. And he was beating up an invincible divine master while being surrounded by 16 invincible divine masters. This was too fierce. It was even fiercer than the origin. Was he still a divine master? Some people even thought that they were hallucinating because they were looking forward to the counterattack of the Heaven Destroyer. They only confirmed it after slapping themselves a few times. Chapter 4962. Kill! Lu Ming bellowed. His aura surged as he fought more and more ferociously. Clang! Clang! Two terrifying attacks landed on Lu Ming, but they were blocked by Lu Ming's divine armor. He only staggered a little, but he was fine. The two attacks didn't deal much damage to him after passing through the armor. My origin energy seems to be extraordinary. Even though it's nowhere near as dense as reciprocity, the origin grade battle armor seems to have been activated by me. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He discovered that his origin energy was much more powerful than he had expected. Was there a difference in strength between origin energy? His origin energy was transformed from the taboo energy as a foundation. According to Gu Changfeng, this origin energy was known as forbidden origin energy. Although it was only a peak divine lord and his origin energy wasn't particularly powerful, Lu Ming could already sense that forbidden origin energy was different. It was indeed more powerful than ordinary origin energy. He would have to wait until he reached reciprocity to know exactly how powerful it was. However, this was great news for Lu Ming. He could reduce his defensive power and increase his offensive power. Buzz! The war god's spear trembled as if a power had awakened. Just the trembling of the spear caused the surrounding space to become chaotic. Swish! 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 The war god's spear stabbed out continuously. At the same time, Lu Ming used the desolation form. Using the desolation form and the sky splitter form consecutively, Lu Ming was like an invincible god of war, slaughtering his way through the dozen or so divine lords. No one could stop him. Invincible. What was invincible? This was true invincibility. Invincible below reciprocity. At this moment, Lu Ming's invincible figure was deeply imprinted in the hearts of the Heaven Destroyer members. Bang! Bang! More than a dozen invincible divine lords were sent flying by Lu Ming one after another. They spat out blood as their faces paled. During this period, Lu Ming was hit at least dozens of times, but he was unharmed. At most, he was only lightly injured. Now that he had reached the peak of the God Lord level, not only could he use more of the power of the origin grade armor and increase its defensive power, but his own defensive power and vitality had also received a massive boost. Therefore, even if the power passed through the armor and struck his body, he would be able to completely block it. Even if he suffered some minor injuries, he could recover quickly. Bang! Yi Immortal was struck by the desolate style and was sent flying backward. His face was pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Following that, the war god's spear pierced through the 9 devils condensed by Gaishak. The spear didn't stop there as it pierced through Gaishak's body. A pitch-black armor appeared on Gaishak's body and blocked the war god's spear. However, his body trembled violently and he was forced to retreat. Die. Lu Ming stared at Gaishak and didn't stop attacking. He continued to use the sky-piercing style and stabbed at Gaishak's forehead. Gaishak's entire body was covered by the armor, so the spear naturally pierced through it. However, the spear contained a terrifying penetrating power and continued to attack Gaishak through the armor. Ah! The king of the evil ectoplasm let out an agonizing scream. His head almost exploded. His head had suffered a terrifying shock, and even the soul inside had been injured. He frantically retreated toward the wormhole. At this moment, he was extremely terrified. He had a feeling that if he continued to fight with Lu Ming, he might be killed by Lu Ming. Even if he had the origin-grade armor, it would be useless. Fortunately, the other people's attacks arrived and blocked Lu Ming, allowing Gaishak to successfully retreat to the edge of the wormhole. Retreat! Retreat! This Lu Ming is undefeatable. We are no match for him at all. Gaishak shouted. He was already scared out of his wits. Go! Retreat! The others also retreated and rushed toward the wormholes. They had already decided to retreat. Lu Ming, who was at the peak of the almighty level, was too strong. Coupled with the origin-grade armor and origin-grade armor, his combat strength was far beyond theirs. Moreover, their attacks didn't seem to have much effect on Lu Ming. If they continued to fight, Lu Ming would be fine. However, some of them wouldn't be able to withstand it and would be killed. With their talents, their future was unimaginable. Who would be willing to die? Even if some of them were unwilling, they didn't dare to stay when they saw that the others had retreated. Ye Immortal. Lu Ming's gaze swept across and fixed on Ye Immortal. Ye Immortal had retreated earlier than Gaishak. This guy was very cunning. He was an old fox and knew how to play mind games. The invincible Almighty from the 3 clans of the Forbidden Ground were far inferior to him. At this moment, seeing Lu Ming's gaze, Ye Immortal rushed into a wormhole without hesitation and disappeared. The other invincible Almighty from the 3 clans of the Forbidden Ground also rushed into the wormholes. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. His voice sounded in the ears of Gu Changfeng, Xian Yanqing, Dandan, and the others. I'm going after Ye Immortal. If anything happens, send me a message. With that, Lu Ming rushed into the wormhole that Ye Immortal had escaped through. He wasn't afraid that the people of the 3 clans of the Forbidden Ground would wait for him to leave and come back. Because they didn't have the guts and there was no need for them to do so. He was completely different from the Origin. The Origin would die after half a month. The people of the 3 clans of the Forbidden Ground came back for 2 reasons. First, they wanted to watch a good show. Second, they wanted to continue attacking after the Origin died and force the other Origins to wake up. However, Lu Ming would not perish. It was meaningless for them to come back. Of course, Lu Ming asked Gu Changfeng, Dandan, and the others to be prepared and inform him if anything happened. After passing through the wormhole, he came to a void. Lu Ming flew for a while and recognized that this was the area occupied by the Heavenly Human Tribe. Heavenly Human Tribe, Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. He moved and disappeared from the spot. He was heading toward the area where the Heavenly Palace was. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived. In front of him, there was a huge piece of land floating in the air. This piece of land was extremely large. Apparently, a large number of pieces of land had gathered over the years. In fact, the Heaven Destroyer base had also undergone great changes over the years. The Heaven Destroyer base used to be made up of dozens of pieces of land. But over the years, these pieces of land had gathered together and formed a huge continent. The area occupied by the Heavenly Human Tribe was the same. In the sky above this continent, there were 5 huge and ancient palaces. 5 heavenly palaces. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. When the Heavenly Human Tribe was at its peak, there were 9 heavenly palaces. Later, 4 of them were destroyed, so there were 5 left. But there were only 4 in the primitive universe. They were the dreamy heavenly palace, the Ziwei heavenly palace, the Hongmeng heavenly palace, and the Shinji heavenly palace. The most mysterious heavenly palace had never appeared. But now, there were 5 heavenly palaces. Chapter 49-63. However, there were 5 heavenly palaces here. This meant that the 5th and most mysterious heavenly palace was here. Lu Ming's gaze immediately fell on the heavenly palace in the middle. This heavenly palace looked the smallest, but it was also the oldest. There was a frightening aura emanating from it, as though some terrifying monster resided inside. This heavenly palace had no protective arrays, and there were no figures in sight. As for the other 4 heavenly palaces, there were many figures in sight. Ye Immortal, Lu Ming immediately saw that Ye Immortal had rushed into one of the heavenly palaces. On the signboard of this heavenly palace, there were 4 huge ancient words. Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace. Ye Immortal had entered the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace. Whoosh! Lu Ming also chased after Ye Immortal towards the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace. Activate the arrays. A loud roar reverberated throughout the area. Buzz! 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 Dense runes appeared around the 4 heavenly palaces. Arrays appeared one after another, enveloping the 4 heavenly palaces within them. Only the smallest heaven palace, which seemed to be the oldest, did not move, nor did it have any formation. However, this heavenly palace gave off the strongest sense of danger. Moreover, this heavenly palace was still devoid of people. It was as though it was empty. As for the other 4 heavenly palaces, they were already filled with figures. Lu Ming saw many familiar faces. In the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace, he saw Ye Immortal. Beside Ye Immortal stood a young figure. It was Yi Qiuxian. Yi Qiuxian stared fixedly at Lu Ming. His eyes were filled with jealousy, murderous intent, fear, and other complex emotions. They are all master-grade formations and some broken origin-grade formations. There are no complete origin-grade formations. Lu Ming glanced around and made a judgment in his heart. The reason why he could recognize them was because the formations in the Heavenly Palace looked similar to the formations in the Heaven Destroyer Station. Even if they were stronger, they wouldn't be much stronger. Lu Ming didn't feel threatened by them. Lu Ming stepped out and headed towards the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace. Ye Immortal, do you think you'll be safe if you hide in the Heavenly Palace? It was you who instigated the 3 clans to besiege the Heaven Destroyer, wasn't it? Lu Ming's voice was very cold. The 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands were also in a competitive relationship. It wasn't that easy for them to join forces. Among them, there were definitely people who were working together. This person was most likely the old fox Ye Immortal. Lu Ming, the origin tribulation will be over in a few hundred years. When the time comes, the origin and the existences above the origin will wake up. The Heaven Destroyer will be destroyed in an instant. It's useless even if you struggle. Your fate has been sealed. Ye Immortal said coldly. His meaning was obvious. Once the origin tribulation was over, the terrifying existences of the 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands would wake up. How could the Heaven Destroyer survive? Lu Ming's expression was gloomy. He had thought of this long ago. Once the origin tribulation was over, not to mention the 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands, even the heavenly human race alone wouldn't be something they could fight against. I can point you in the right direction. There is only one way to protect your heaven exterminating troop. That is, you people with forbidden bodies have to cripple your own cultivation and forbidden power. Then, you can lead the heaven exterminating troop and seek refuge in a forbidden land. Only then will you be able to survive. Otherwise, your entire heaven exterminating troop will be exterminated. Ye Immortal said coldly. Before the Heaven Destroyer is destroyed, I will definitely cut off your head first. Lu Ming sneered and was unmoved. He had experienced countless storms in his life. How could he be easily swayed by such words? Swish! Lu Ming didn't waste any more time and directly thrust out his spear. A ray of spear light broke the void and became bigger and bigger. It pierced the defensive array around the crepe myrtle heavenly palace. Boom! An earth-shattering roar sounded. The defensive array around the crepe myrtle heavenly palace shook violently. I can break it. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He didn't use his full strength in the spear attack just now. It was just a test. After a test, he found that the defensive array of the crepe myrtle heavenly palace wasn't that strong. At most, it was stronger than the defensive array of the Heaven Destroyer. With his current combat strength, he could definitely tear it apart. Heaven-breaking style. Then, Lu Ming used all his strength. The battle art was activated 9 times his combat strength, and he thrust out his spear again. The people of the heavenly human race only saw a ray of dazzling spear light burst out from the void. The next moment, it pierced the defensive array of the crepe myrtle heavenly palace. Rumble. The entire crepe myrtle heavenly palace shook violently. The defensive array flashed wildly. At the same time, the place that was pierced by the spear light caved in. It was like a tough balloon being poked by a finger. It was as if the balloon was about to burst with a little more force. In the end, the defensive array withstood the attack, but the light around the caved-in area dimmed a lot. The array can't hold on any longer. How can his attack be so strong? Our array can withstand the attack of an Origin Realm expert. He's the Divine Master. He's the Divine Master, the people of the Heaven Destroyer roared in shock. Shock, disbelief, disbelief. In the end, all these emotions turned into fear. Lu Ming actually had such battle prowess. This battle prowess was already comparable to Origin Realm experts. No, it was even stronger than regular Origin Realm experts. Who could defeat such a person in this era where Origin Realm experts didn't exist? If he broke through the array, who could stop him? Even their strongest ancestor couldn't, right? Many people looked at the Yi Immortal. Yi Immortal's face was gloomy. Yi Qiuxian, who stood beside Yi Immortal, was pale. He clenched his fists tightly. Ancestor, what should we do? Our array won't be able to hold on for long. At this rate, the array will be broken in less than 10 moves. No, I'm afraid it'll only take 5 or 6 moves. Many heavenly human experts in the surroundings asked one after another. Activate the Origin Realm array on the Heavenly Palace, Yi Immortal finally said. Yi Wuxian finally spoke. With a wave of his hand, pieces of bone appeared. These bones were as white as jade and gave off the aura of Origin Realm. These bones were all left behind by Origin Realm experts. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming blasted out another attack, causing the Heavenly Palace to shake continuously. The light of the defensive array dimmed even more. Quick, take the Origin Realm bones and activate the array. Yi Immortal shouted. Immediately, dozens of heavenly human powerhouses took dozens of Origin bones and left. Break, break. Lu Ming circulated his Origin Realm energy and blasted out a few more attacks.